afternoon. I want to call the meeting to order. The California Housing Finance Agency Board of Directors. Thank you all for coming on this extra time for the retreat so that we can be brought up to speed a little bit of what's going on in the world out there. So to start with, Pam, if you would call the roll, please.
Ms. Avala Frias. She will be here. She said she would be a little late as well.
Okay.
Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Chung. Ms. Gallagher. Here. Ms. Gunn.
Here.
Mr. Gunning. Mr. Hunter. Ms. Johnson Hall.
Here.
Mr. Metcalf. Mr. Prince.
I'm here.
Mr. Williams. Ms. Sotelo.
Here.
Mr. Russell.
Present.
Ms. Falk.
Here.
Ms. Boatman Patterson.
Here.
Ms. Ortega.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I know that Mr. Hunter's plane has been delayed, and Mr. Metcalf and Mr. Gunning will be here later. So we will have a few more people. Just want to turn this over to Tia for some initial remarks.
Thank you, Janet. So last week, we did attend the National Council of State Housing Agencies Legislative Conference, and we had some very successful meetings. I'll let Di give a few remarks about how the meetings that we attended and how successful we were during our conference. That's okay.
Good afternoon. As Tia mentioned, we were in Washington, D.C. for most of last week. And I just want to tell you, the weather was very much like it is here today. I've never had weather like that before in Washington, D.C., and it was fabulous.
Another thing we can thank Donald Trump for?
I'm sure, I'm absolutely sure that was it. So while we were back there, I didn't realize we were up first, so I was working on something else just before I came down here and didn't have all my papers in order. But we did have several worthwhile meetings while we were back there. We met, sorry, shuffle. Talk a minute and let me find my piece of
Okay.
paper.
I'll talk. We met with the Federal Financing Bank and U.S. Treasury. We met with HUD,
No.
Multifamily Risk Share. We met with the Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Mel Watt and his staff. And we met with Senator Feinstein's staff. We met with Congressman Nunez's staff.
Okay, I have the member, I'll do
Okay.
the member meetings, but we did have several meetings with members, as Tia was saying. We met with the new Senator Harris has a very new staff. She hasn't finished hiring all of her staff. We met with a young man who came with her from the San Francisco office. He made it very clear to us that he wasn't the permanent staffer for our issues, but it's always good to make contacts, and we know he'll share our information. We had a very good meeting in Senator Feinstein's office with two of her staffers, her staffer for housing and for tax issues. Both of them are very engaged, very bright. They're very familiar with our issues. That's always a really great office to meet with if you're back there. We did meet with the governor's office while we were back there. We have, right now, the governor has actually one person on staff in Washington, D.C. that handles everything for that office. I think they're going to start staffing up now with this new administration. I think they're finding a few new challenges there that they need to deal with, so that'll be some really good news for them. We did meet with a young staffer from Devin Nunez's office. Again, you know, it's really, those of you that go to Washington and meet on housing issues, you probably know you meet with somebody different every single time. It's usually the junior staffer, and you're really lucky if you could get them to step out and, you know, meet you in the windowsill and have a conversation. We did that with Mr. Nunez's staff. This is the gentleman that we met with was somebody, Mark and I did that one. Mark Stivers from TCAC is a young man who typically runs a budget shop, and so he was very familiar with budgets, not necessarily, he was trying to learn the appropriations process, I think, from the legislative side, but again, he, you know, didn't know a lot about housing or tax issues, but asked a lot of questions. On Tuesday, we did what is my absolute favorite thing because of the size of our delegation. We hosted a lunch and invited the staff from all California delegation members to join us for lunch. Then we sort of were able to hold them captive as we fed them. And Tia and Ben Metcalf from HCD, Mark Stivers, were able to sort of give them a little bit of a California Housing 101 and express some issues. And for that meeting, we had representatives from Liu, Lowenthal, Thompson, Berrigan, Costa, Panetta, Torres, Rohrabacher, the House Financial Services Committee staff, McNerney, Maxine Waters, DeSaulnier, Garamendi, Spear, Brownlee, Pelosi, Chu, Ruiz, Takano, Huffman, Knight. We also had two representatives that were new to us here in California, someone from Congressman Delano's office and Congressman Deutsch, who we later found out were from New York and Florida, and they heard about the free lunch and thought they'd sit in, and so, you know, we did take the opportunity to sort of try to educate them as well. We also had the opportunity to meet with Congresswoman Waters. She and her staff sat down with us for a good period of time, and Tia will probably tell you more about that. She was very engaged, asked very good questions, and it was just a very good chance to sort of have a conversation with her about what our priorities were and get a little better sense of what she was thinking about. And we were also able to pull Barbara Lee out of a committee meeting and meet with her, you know, in the hallway for several minutes. But again, you know, she is a big advocate for housing and affordable housing. Many of you will remember she chaired the Senate Transportation and Housing Committee before she left for Congress. So again, that was another very good meeting.
If you can maybe, Di, just summarize for us whether this was an education mission or whether there was something in particular from a policy perspective that you were requesting and trying to educate members on.
It was a little bit of both. It was, I'd say, since so many of the members, if you heard the list of names, they were probably names that were new to you. Many of them are very new to this Congress. This Congress is just getting geared up, and they're sort of trying to figure out their priorities. Some staff, as I said, like, you know, Senator Feinstein, they have these, they know these issues. Maxine Waters' office knows these issues very well. But we wanted to make sure that they understood. We presented them with information. Ben presented them with information about the new statewide housing assessment that was out and the type of information that was available there. Tia was speaking to them to educate them about, you know, again, CalHFA, who we are, what kind of programs we operate, and, you know, how we can serve them in their districts. Mark talked about the tax credit program and the importance of tax credits. We absolutely wanted to make sure that they understood that, you know, no housing gets built in California pretty much without tax credits. So that was something we were, I think most of them were on board with tax credits. We wanted to also make sure they understood how important the bond side of that was. And, you know, especially Mark talked to them about combining the 4% with the bonds. There was a sign-on letter that had recently circulated supporting municipal bonds that we had asked many of them to sign on to. I had actually asked all of them to sign on too. Pretty good showing from the California delegation on that letter. There's a new municipal bond caucus that I was sure to ask them and mention to them and ask them to think about joining. That was something that's pretty easy for them to join and didn't cost them a vote or a promise or anything, but, you know, would make sure that they were kept up to date on a lot of good information. And also, while we were there, Senators Hatch and Cantwell dropped their bill to update the low-income housing tax credit program. And so obviously, we wanted to make sure that they were aware of that and that that bill was out there. I know that Senator Feinstein has co-sponsored that bill in the past. I'm very certain she'll be back on that bill. Senator Harris is new to the issue. She has stated that she's a big supporter of affordable housing, and I want to believe that she's going to come on as a co-sponsor of that bill as well. I think that'll take a little longer, as I said, just because she currently doesn't have much staff. And then we're waiting for the companion bill to be dropped in the House, and then we'll start working that side to get them to sign on as co-sponsors in the House.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much. So for those of you who have just come in, we just had a report from Di about the trip that she and Tia took to Washington DC and the people they met with. So now we're going to,
I want to talk about multifamily
oh, you
rebranding.
want to go ahead?
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to report out, I do believe this was a very successful trip, and I thought it was very successful too because we took the 3 housing entities, HCD, Cali Chife, and Mark Stivers with the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, and it was nice to be able to go as a delegation of California housing entities to go and present some of the information and help educate our members. Also last week, Housing California had their big conference, and multifamily has been working on rebranding its issue on the multifamily side. And so we did roll that out at Housing California this last week. And we wanted to promote our goal of multifamily lending again, informing the audience about multifamily programs, how competitive they are, and that we are a lender with a purpose. We had a breakfast event with a breakfast and answer with Tony and myself, in which we invited members, attendees of the conference to come and have breakfast with us as we rolled out and did a question and answer on our multifamily programs. And I don't know, Melissa, did you want to run the video that we ran, or did you want to do that later on? Did you?
Sure, we did a rebranding video, so we'd like to share that with you.
By the way, when I heard the 3 of you were back there, I thought that was fantastic, so congratulations on putting that together.
So that's our video that we ran in the background while we were doing our question and answers, and we just kind of, as our rebranding and our rollout of our multifamily. And I thought it went really well. I thought it was really well attended, and I thought it went really well as we've been rebuilding our multifamily lending to get our name out there and to say we're back in the lending game.
If I just comment as an audience member, I thought that it was really very engaging for folks. I mean, the number of questions, the level of questioning, I thought was really good. So I just want to commend you on setting yourself up there literally, because it could be brickbats or compliments, and you answered everything really capably. I thought really engaged the crowd. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, now we're very privileged this afternoon to have some expert guests to make some presentations to us about what's going on both in California and at the federal level. So I want to welcome Mark Stivers, the Executive Director of the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. Are you all going to sit up there at once or just do it one at a time? And Jeree Glasser-Hedrick from the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee. And is Irina here? No, okay. So,
We'll do two then.
you want
I'll start
to? Yeah, you can get started, Mark.
So I was not exactly sure what all would be most helpful to you today, and at first I was given some indication I would do a tax credit kind of 101 just to start off, although I'm looking at the room here and I'm thinking that's probably not necessary. So I'm going to dispense with that, but feel free to come back at any point in time if you want more information on any of the kind of the basics of how tax credits work and whatnot. But you know, the bottom line, as Di said, and what we emphasize, is that the low-income housing tax credit program really is the basic building block on which we finance just about all affordable rental housing these days. But it, in and of itself, it and hard debt are really generally almost never sufficient to fully fund a project. So, you know, we rely on folks like CaliHFA, who's doing more and more of the hard debt lending, but at below market rate interest rates to help close those gaps. We rely on our soft lending partners like HCD through various of their programs, through local governments, to help fund that remaining gap. And so it's really is a team effort among all of these, and it has, you know, over years, Jeree will probably talk more, but you know, we have ultimately two types of different tax credits, right? We have a competitive bunch of tax credits, what we call the 9% tax credits, and state tax credits are relatively small in the world, but they fit into that bucket as well. And those, you know, they're limited in the amount of number that we have that we can allocate each year. And we've been oversubscribed with those credits 2 to 1 for quite a few years. We really don't have a lot of room to grow there. There's not a lot many more units we can squeeze out when we're already using everything that we have. We also have these 4% tax credits, which are non-competitive, and a project accesses those credits by virtue of using Jeree's tax-exempt bonds authority. And while the bond authority is limited, we haven't really been at those limits for quite a long time, and I'm sure Jeree will touch more on that. And so, you know, our primary goal over the last 2 years as we came in with Treasurer Chung was to how do we make those 4% bond projects feasible so we can do more and make more of that allocation. And I think, you know, through many reasons, partly regulatory changes, partly just tax credit pricing that was at historic highs, partly it was interest rates at historic lows, partly it was the federal government funding the transition of public housing, such as in Fresno. They sent us quite a few RAD projects. There's a whole bunch of reasons, but you know, last year we actually set a record for the number of units that we financed with 4% tax credits and bonds, and it was not just a small record. It shattered the old record by about 4,500 units. We were getting to the point where we were starting to worry about full utilization of the bond authority and like, how are we going to ration it if and when we get to that point? Well, then the election happened, and kind of overnight, tax credit pricing dropped about 15 cents on the dollar. And that is really a function of, you know, the prediction that federal tax reform is more now likely to happen, and that the corporate tax rate will drop from 35% down to 25 or 20%. And, you know, I won't go through all the details of how that works out, but nonetheless, the bottom line is that the investors are willing to pay less when they have a lower corporate tax rate. And again, that hasn't happened. We don't even know that it will happen. If it does happen, we don't know what that corporate tax rate will be or what the other provisions of the tax code will be that also relate to the low-income housing tax credit program. But just the fact that that is likely has caused the investor market to really sort of reduce their pricing. We are seeing now big gaps in projects. In part, the 2016 projects were just kind of caught midstream, right? I mean, you're halfway out in the river and all of a sudden the flood comes and you got to figure out how you're going to get to the other side. For 2017 projects, we're just dealing with the reality that, you know, the equity pricing is much lower. And so we're able to still do projects, but on the 9% side, we just received our applications for the first round, and the amount of credit being requested per unit went up from $20,000 per unit to $25,000 per unit. So we are going to plug gaps on the 9% side by just doing more credits per unit, and we're going to do fewer units as a result. That's about a 20% increase in credits per unit. We're probably going to reduce the number of units by about 20%. On the 4% side, there's really nothing, you know, it's a function of whether these projects are feasible. And, you know, if the credit pricing is down, fewer projects are going to make that feasible mark. They're either going to need more public subsidy from public entities, whether HCD or local entities. And we are probably, I think we are looking at probably doing 20 to 25% less units on the 4% side this year as well. So, and that's not, again, not a function of a scarce resource, it's just a function of projects not penciling out. And so I think we are, you know, looking with you all and looking with our partners in the state legislature and elsewhere on how we can kind of help plug those gaps and keep the housing production up where we were last year. Again, it was a record year, but it still is a drop in the bucket overall. If you think that we need about 50,000 new affordable housing units per year just to keep up with demand and population growth, not even mentioning like making a dent into the 1.5 million unit backlog that we have in affordable units in California. You know, we did about 10,000 new construction units last year. So we did what's that?
How many?
About 10,000 new construction units. So we have a $1.5 million, 1.5 million unit hole. That hole grows 50,000 units deeper every year, and we plugged that hole with 10,000 units last year. So anyway, you can see that we're digging ourselves deeper every year. We are desperate to try and at least utilize the resources that we have through tax-exempt bonds and the 4% tax credits. And again, we're just trying to find ways to fill those gaps. But that ultimately, but it is a partnership between us and, you know, us, Jerry and I, as well as Cali Chaffee and HCD and all the other public entities that are out there providing resources. It takes us all to sort of make these projects work. But that's sort of what we're seeing going forward. I guess I'll stop there, turn it over to Jerry, but again, this is meant to be a discussion as well with you all and have, yeah, please.
All right, because I am going to ask on 4% too. So
Yeah.
last time we met about a month ago, there was, I think, 4 first-round 2016 deals that had not closed. I'm not convinced, unknowing, but I don't think the Fresno one has closed yet. So are you down to just one 2016 first round?
You know, I don't actually know the answer to that because we extended the closing deadlines by 3 months until mid-March, and I guess we're getting very close to that, but it's probably around March 20th, and it hasn't hit yet. So I should know that fairly soon, what happened with those projects. One did close, they just needed like a couple extra weeks. We do have one first-round deal that was not subject to readiness deadlines, and so they don't really have a closing deadline. And last time I heard, I think that project wanted to try our new hybrid proposal, which I can talk about if you like. But bottom line is I don't know exactly where every project is today. And the second round projects even less so. There were, you know, we have about 40 projects in that second round that are in various stages of trying to fill gaps, and probably very few of them have closed yet, I would imagine. And but we're not asking for weekly status reports, so until we hit the deadline, I'm not sure.
I'll ask Michael when he talks about what's happening nationally and the same thing. So the pricing issue with the new legislation proposal, have you thought about what pricing might happen? I mean, I'm not convinced.
Meaning with the Cantwell bill?
Yes,
or Hatch
exactly.
bill?
If there's I just don't see there being more investors, so even if there's an increase in allocation.
Well,
am
Michael
I just
Novogradac
naive?
would be the one to kind of talk about those issues.
Okay.
But here's my take on that, is that I don't think the Cantwell-Hatch bill will really affect the pricing in any way. Even though it would increase the amount of 9% credits by 50%, my take on this is that there's a healthy investor market out there. There's plenty of capital. Right now, it's a function of they're seeking a certain return, and for the returns that are kind of the market rate returns these days, they're willing to offer 95 cents on the dollar, 90 to 95 cents on the dollar, whereas before they were willing to offer, you know, $1.05, $1.10. So I think there's plenty of demand out there. It's just a function of they're offering less pricing just because the parameters that they're working under to get to these returns are different. There's nothing in the legislation that necessarily makes the credits more valuable. It just increases the quantity. I'm sure Michael will talk about this as well, but there are things being developed in the guise of tax reform that even if they bring corporate tax rates down, there are some other sweeteners, is what I call them, other code changes you could do to make the credits more valuable. And I'll leave that to the experts. But there are things that they could do. But that would be outside of the Cantwell-Hatch bill. That would be part of a tax reform package.
Thanks.
Yeah.
One of the things that, Madam Chair, one of the things that we've heard in anecdotal form from the banks in particular is that the possibility of tax reform is affecting this in two discrete ways, and I'll ask Mike to talk about that when we get to him, because he'll be more expert in this than I am. But the first is the obvious one, the change in marginal rates. But the other one is what we hear from the banks is that the potential of any measurable change in tax rates also creates impairment issues for accounting purposes and would require some very specific steps to be taken in the valuation of the existing assets. And that is feeding the uncertainty that I think we're all experiencing with the banks. But that impairment issue, I suspect, may turn out to be a lot larger than we're giving it credit for being, assuming that banks are all rational actors, and I'll just assume that for the moment. So it seems to me, based on what little I can know at this point, that a more specific, time-bound proposal in the Congress, even if it does change marginal tax rates, might serve to at least enable more accurate measurement of the impairment of asset value question and perhaps free up some of the logjam. But again, I'll ask Mike to talk about that when he's up here.
So
Madam-
I think
Madam
it's fair to
Chair.
say I have no idea what he just talked about. Look forward to the answer.
Okay, Michael, no. Madam
Sorry,
Chair, if
Tim.
I can
That's
ask
okay.
a couple questions? So
Based on Miller's
thank you
Yeah.
for the presentation. I would love to hear about the hybrid solution and see if that is actually having any traction. And I think another question I have, and maybe for both of you, is, now we understand pricing changes and source changes, but have we talked about and have we updated kind of the cost side of the formula? And, what are we doing as public agencies around the cost provision? And I guess my last question is, what, if any, policy recommendations or programmatic implementation measures we could take at College to help you from a marketing standpoint, from just from a user standpoint, to help your product out?
Okay. Let me take the first one. So we at the Tax Credit Committee, and I think for Jeree at SIDLAC as well, there's very few tools that we have to help these projects that are now caught in a bind, fill their gaps, right? These gaps have opened up where they thought they were fully financed, the credit pricing has gone down, they now have these financial gaps, they're trying to figure out how to close them. Again, there are very few tools that we have. On the 4% side, the projects are getting pretty much maxing out. They're taking all the credits that they already can. So there's really nothing. There's nothing more to do. On the 9% side, most projects in the 9% competition, for various reasons, they walk away from basis of what we say. They get fewer credits than they theoretically could based on all their eligible costs, and that's because they have other public funds coming into the deal that sort of supplant the credits. In theory, so what some states have done is actually just kind of given out additional credits even outside of a competition. They've just sort of automatically awarded additional 9% credits to projects. I personally felt very uncomfortable with that. We have a very competitive process, and it seemed like you're kind of cannibalizing the 2017 projects if you give additional credits to the 2016 projects. And so I have been reluctant to do that. What we have said is that if you need more 9% credits, return your award, recompete in 2017, asking for whatever you need, but you're gonna compete again. You're gonna start over. What we developed, though, is that we do have excess bond capacity. We have excess, and as a result, we have 4% credits that are sort of there for the taking. And what we proposed was that for those 2016 projects that had a gap, and they had some of this excess basis that they weren't using, they could split their project into two. In the aggregate, it would look like what was originally awarded. But going forward, it would actually be two separate projects, one getting 9% credits that we'd already awarded to them, and one getting 4% credits using this additional basis. It's complicated. It probably adds time and adds cost. They're under sort of timing deadlines. You have to sort of legally split the parcels up, and if you have to go to a subdivision map or a lot split, it probably is not gonna work. If you can do a leasehold, it might work. Anyway, so there's lots of issues with that. It's nobody's preferred strategy. But given the dearth of other sources, I think some people are looking forward to doing that. It's up before the regulatory authority to do that will be before our board on Wednesday. At this point, I can't guarantee you how that will come out, although I'm not aware of any concerns. At this point, I think we've heard of probably 2 or 3 projects that would actually do that. Now, there were quite a few that got second-round awards, so most either are finding ways to close, they're finding other sources of money, and they're not needing to go to this kind of last resort, but there are a few that look like they will take us up on the offer. We have also extended some deadlines, et cetera, to help out some of these projects, but there aren't a lot of other things that we can do. But that explains sort of the hybrid, and what we're hearing is about 2 or 3 projects. There could be more. If so, they just haven't notified us yet, and they would apply by this Friday. The regulations would be, if adopted on Wednesday, they would apply by Friday. So they're kind of working on them in the hope that that will go through.
And it doesn't apply to 2017?
So 2017 project, so looking forward, in the past, we have done projects like this where we've had part of the project have 9% credits and part of the project have 4% credits. We've done it in the past, it's perfectly fine, there's no regulatory changes needed, just something that we've done. It comes in that way, and so we don't have to change anything. The only way that this year is different as 2016 is that we had, let's say, we gave 9% credits to a 100-unit project. And, you don't change the application after you've awarded it, right? It's a competitive process. Well, basically what we're saying is we're asking for regulatory authority to allow us to go back and change these projects that we already awarded. A 2017 project would just come in with 60 units under one and 40 units under the other, and it would, we would know it was kind of all in one building, but otherwise, we would, none of us would really ever realize it was really the same thing. So that's why, again, this model has been done in California, it's just, we've never done it sort of after the fact, which is what this is coming in.
I was, Madam Chair, I was just going to
Yes,
mention
Ms. Johnson Hall?
that, yes, we were actually, I worked for the bank that did one in San Diego.
Yeah, and that's where the 2 of them are.
Yes. And so I know that it works. I think when we looked at the hybrid, we were very excited about the program. I think the only concern that we had was just the timing of the deadline.
Yeah.
I just felt very unsure that the projects, that these developers could jump through the hoops, figure it all out, and then make that deadline, which I thought was tight. Is there any thought about moving that out a little bit to give the developers time to prime the pump?
Not at this time, but never
Okay.
say never. We're
Okay.
trying to be flexible in this changing environment. At some point, these are valuable 9% credits, and I think we've been under the determination that we'd like to give folks a little bit more time, but at some point, we need to fish or cut bait.
Got
We
it.
need
Got it.
we're going forward or we're not going forward. This is either gonna work or this is not gonna work. And if it's not gonna work, we'd like those credits back so we can turn around and give them to another project. And again, we've allowed some flexibility with sort of changing the credit year, but, these projects have federal placed in service deadlines that I can't change, and so, I don't want to set people up for failure by allowing them to delay the start of construction by 6 months, only then have them insufficient time to finish construction and lose their credits at the back end. That would be even worse, I think. So we're just trying to juggle all those things. So we've been trying to keep deadlines as much as we can. We've shown some flexibility, but, we're taking it one day at a time, to some extent.
Got it.
So you had also asked about costs, question number 2. There are a number of things that we have done over the last couple of years to try and reduce costs. So when we tried to figure out how do we close these gaps on 4% projects and use more of this resource, you really have to do 2 things. You have to provide more credits, right, to close the gap, and you have to reduce costs. And that closes the gap from both sides. And, we did a number of things. SIDLAC reduced its minimum point score for 4% projects, which, some of those things, they're all good public benefits, but they often add some cost to a project. We reduced the number of 3-bedroom units you have to have in large family projects. We said that, new construction projects did not have to exceed building codes in terms of energy efficiency. We allowed people to pool a bunch of applications when they're doing rehab projects to kind of cut transaction costs. There were a number of things that we did, and there were some that we didn't. We had some requests to take away the requirement that 10% of units be affordable at 50% of area median income. as opposed to all being at 60%, and we said no. In our view, this is an affordable housing program, and affordability is the last thing that we want to give up. And it also creates some dynamics. Cal HFA is an issuer, is bound by law to have 10% at 50%, where some of the issuers are not. And so if we didn't require 10% at 50, there would be competitive disadvantages between issuers, which we did not want to get involved in. So anyway, there were a number of things that we did to cut costs, and we were always looking at that. But I think we are, well, and do you want to, Dorit, talk about your
Sure.
allocation limits as well?
So this year, in 2016, we really did see a breakout of outlier projects, Mark and I refer to them as. So this isn't an issue regarding kind of average or median project costs. We just saw outlier projects that were really, really expensive. And when I say really, really expensive, we received an application that was upwards of $1 million per unit. And, you know, I don't know, I have a husband that doesn't work in this industry, and whenever I start talking to him about numbers like that, his eyes kind of roll back in his head, and he says, Dree, how is that affordable? And so I explain, well, you know, the cost of the project doesn't bear relation to how much people pay in rent. But I think it was a cause for pause for both Mark and I to evaluate, you know, the implications of the projects that we are approving, given the political dynamic, which was different at the time than it is now. $1 million per unit for an affordable housing project, any way you cut it, is hard to explain. And, you know, these were the prototype deals. They were public housing projects that were in need of, you know, significant repair, seismic, you know, anything and everything that would need to be done to a project to improve it was going to be needed. These were also very large unit projects. They were some of the projects had upwards of 5 bedrooms, which is really abnormal. In a new construction project, you know, they were San Francisco projects. It's the most expensive area to do business in. It's subject to prevailing wage and local hire requirements. So even though they had all the bells and whistles that you would think a high-cost project had, again, is $1 million a unit where we want to be going, and how do we explain that, and what's next, I think was our fear. We did call together a stakeholder group, of which Cal HFA participated, and we contemplated a lot of different ideas, some much more draconian than others. And what we settled on was a concept that was borrowed from the state of New York, which was to place allocation limits in place for the 4% program. Now, for those of you who aren't enmeshed in the details, allocation limits aren't per se cost limits. In order to successfully receive 4% credits, you need to meet something called the 50% test, which is issue bonds in excess of 50% of your project's aggregate costs. And that's really your ticket to securing 4% credits. And so what we did is we pivoted off of that, and we put in place allocation limits, which again are not cost limits, but they're just limits on the amount of allocation you can request. And that, in fact, is a de facto cost limitation because you have to issue bonds in the excess of 50% of your aggregate costs. The limits were put in place as ceilings. We faced kind of opposition on both fronts. One, that they were not, they were too high, and then from the Bay Area that they were too low. So there you have it. That's kind of Mark in our world. We live in a, you know, we oversee a geography that's quite complex with regard to the fact that the Fresnos get thrown in with San Francisco's, and we're trying to create policy that works for all these disparate geographies. But they were adopted by the board, and they are, like I said, ceiling limits that really thwart any project that would be more expensive than $1 million per unit. They are ratcheted by bedroom size, and they start at approximately $400,000 a unit and then go upwards to approximately $500,000 a unit. This was the first time that there were any parameters with regard to, or proxies for cost on the bond and 4% side. And I think given that what we were seeing were the high-cost projects were not new construction projects, which is what you might typically think of a high construction project, that they were rehab projects. We thought that this was a prudent approach to address the immediate concerns. Now, whether or not there's obviously more that can be done. There's a balancing act, from my perspective, between fully utilizing the federal volume cap and then, trying also to constrain costs. Some of the, I'll say this very generally, but some of the financing techniques that folks are using right now in order to ensure project feasibility are somewhat inflationary in nature. We're seeing a lot of, maximization of project value and then seller carryback notes to help finance that, which is really pushing project costs up. So it's a balancing act with regard to how to control costs further, given that CIDLAC's resources have been underutilized with how to move forward. But I think Mark and I are both committed to containing costs. Exactly the measures that will be employed to do that is a much broader discussion with our partners in the development community going forward.
And I'll just add briefly, on the 9% side, I mean, we've also, we have had for some time a cost cap on the 9% program of 130% of their threshold basis limits, which is a kind of a project-specific calculation that we do. And there used to be an ability to go to committee and ask for special consideration if you were over that figure, and we've eliminated that. So it's a hard 130% cap. And the other thing we did this year is that we tied the developer fee to a project's kind of cost profile. So again, we relate it to these threshold basis limits, and if you're below average cost on a new construction project, it's only new construction, but if you're below average, your developer fee goes up. If you're above average, your developer fee goes down. And we actually recalculate that at the end of construction so that that incentive is in place during the entire construction period. There's pros and cons to all of these things, and I think we are mindful as we try and control costs that we need to be doing housing in the major job centers of this state where the housing is the most expensive. We cannot be, just avoiding San Diego and West LA and the Silicon Valley and San Francisco and even Oakland these days. We can't be avoiding those communities where those are the places we need housing the most, so to some extent. So anyway.
Tia?
Also, the National Council of State Housing Agency has put together a task force on the housing development cost. There are 18 states that are a member of that task force. California is on that task force. We asked to be on that task force, and Mark Stivers and I are very active and participate in that. And that's because this is a national issue. It's not just an issue in California. There are
But we
other
are the
states
poster
facing it.
children.
We are the poster children. And there is a best practices that they are recommended cost measures that they have, which a lot of them we have actually adopted here in California, and I'll be happy to share some of that information with the board.
Yeah, so I think, and then the third question was, what are the ways that Cali Chaffee can work, right? Wasn't that your third question?
That was.
So I hope we get to that one as well. Yeah, I think the cost is such a big deal. In Fresno, with the exact same building type, we saw 20%, 17% increase in cost, right? So the construction world has changed. The recovery is happening, and so it does mean that there's additional costs. So that's kind of one component. The second thing, I think your kind of conversation about the quality of housing and then the number of housing units is really important. So I can tell you that when I tour, and I went to way too many housing conferences when I was NARO president, I would always go out and see housing. I'm gonna pick on them because they can take it, but Texas has a low cost per unit and the housing's crap. And 10 years from now, sorry, I think that's a technical term.
Yeah, it is.
10 years from now, it's going to be where public housing is. When you build to a low cost per unit, and you end up with bad housing down the road because it just can't maintain itself, right? So I think that it is a hard conversation. I also love that you brought up the thing about public policies that we're trying to achieve and the cost implications. And one of those for us that we encounter is just prevailing wage issue, right? And so, and I think about what happens as the state talks about a permanent funding source and talks about it having a state prevailing wage component, right? That drives up costs, and in Fresno, what we see is a pretty high escalation from that. So it's hard for me to justify that when I talk with elected officials. So I'm glad that you guys are grappling with this, but it's a really tough issue to figure out. And I think we have started to see cost per unit that I never thought we would see in Fresno, and I'm pretty shocked by them, so not at $1 million yet.
Thank God. I
If
really
get to
couldn't
$1 million
explain
in
that one.
Fresno, then you guys, then you just reject that
And, you know,
application.
we've tried not to base our competition on cost effectiveness.
Yeah.
You know, I think we wanted to have incentives in our program for cost effectiveness, but not make decisions based on that
Well,
primarily.
and you've already hit the nail on the head, greenfield development versus TOD and
Yeah.
infill stuff. I mean, when
We'd
you're
ended up
tearing.
doing lots of projects in Lancaster and none in Santa Monica, and I'm not
Right.
sure that's the right outcome.
I agree.
On what Cali Chaffee can do, and Jeree has
Yeah.
maybe even more experience on this than I, but, I mean, I don't know that I have a great answer for that. I know that you have, you know, just, one, I mean, you've been doing sort of what you can on the multifamily side, right? You're doing a lot of conduit issuance, and you're sort of doing a lot of, as much mortgage lending as you can do. So, I mean, that's helpful, to the extent that we can bring those hard debt costs down, that is great. You have very limited discretionary funds, although there are some, I'm not really privy to what that is, but, you know, we've seen them deployed in some of our projects. We had a high-cost project last year in Newport Beach that we refused to fund with 9% credits, and Cali Chaffee worked with them and actually made that project come in as a 4% project with a little bit of gap financing from Cali Chaffee. So, you know, those kind of discretionary funds that you have, you know, you're not generally a soft lender. That is not really your role in life. But to the extent that you have some resources and can do that, that is also very helpful.
One of the things that Cali Chaffee has been most helpful to SIDLAC during my tenure is being that source to house our leftover allocation. Historically, Cali Chaffee was always the entity that if there were resources, if SIDLAC had resources left at the end of the year, it would be put to Cali Chaffee, and through their various programs, it would be utilized. For those of you who aren't aware, SIDLAC's resources since the downturn have been significantly underutilized. We've been kind of pursuing this process called carrying forward allocation, which under federal tax law, you're allowed to kind of gift allocation to a particular issuer, and then they can hold on to it for 3 years. So we've been carrying forward resources, but given the duration that has, you know, the passage of time since the downturn, we've had no other option but to significantly abandon resources, you know, at upwards of over $1 billion of allocation a year since 2010. One of the roles that Cali Chaffee used to serve before the downturn is they were that entity that housed the allocation and then were able, through its various mechanisms, to allocate it. And that equilibrium was thrown off kilter during the downturn, given some of the challenges that Cali Chaffee was facing in the marketplace. I'm really happy to report that since my tenure at SIDLAC, that Cali Chaffee has been that entity for SIDLAC, and they've been running a really bustling mortgage credit certificate program, which is a way to provide first-time home buyer opportunities to those in need. And they've been able to take allocation off of our hand that otherwise might have been abandoned and actually deploy it, which from my perspective, I always say this when I'm at conferences, I'm the only state housing entity besides maybe Cali Chaffee that has underutilized and abandoned resources. And that doesn't mesh very well with my desire to create a situation where low-income residents of California actually have, affordable places to live. So I think that's one role that Cali Chaffee has played. They've also been, very creative in working with the federal government, since there are still challenges issuing public debt and the cost effectiveness of that, to put together their FSB program, which is really pairing quite nicely with applications that I'm receiving on my desk. Of course, it's not a tax-exempt product, but it's paired with Mark's and my 4% and bond applications, and it really is providing the development community with a very cost-effective method of long-term financing. And I think to the extent that the rate environment continues to evolve, it's going to be program that's going to be attractive over time and really helpful in stabilizing SIDLAC's requests.
Are there any other questions? I want to thank you very much. Did you want to say anything else you want to add?
I would like to just put one slide up on the screen, if I can figure out how to. I don't know if I can figure out how to.
I think Curtis is coming up to help you out.
Okay, all right.
Jerry,
put it on the
in the
flash.
meantime, do
Yeah.
you see us getting back to that, to any sort of, now that we have a more robust multifamily program, do you see us getting back to that
Full
place where we can handle your Curtis?
Yeah, that's one of the slides I wanted to show you. Last year was, no, okay. In there isn't any portal? Oh, because it's not Cal HFA, it hasn't been scanned. Oh, yes. You guys are very secure. Okay.
Right. And then Jerry, maybe you can talk while Curtis is working on that. The idea of moving towards providing funding for workforce housing, is that something that you guys have explored? And if so, at what ways have you explored it?
Sure. Well, while he's trying to get my presentation open, with regard to allocation, SIDLAC did have a outstanding year this year. We allocated $6.5 billion of resources, which some might say, how can you do that if you only received $3.9 billion, which is what we received from the federal government. But it was fueled and made possible because we have been engaging in a process called Carry Forward, where if resources were not utilized, we house them with an issuer, and then it's preserved for 3 more years. So the way in which resources are allocated, it's first in, first out. So at the end of this year, it might be counterintuitive that we had such a strong year, but we did have 2016 resources left, which will carry into 2017. The good news is when I took office, there was approximately $4.5 billion of carry forward resources, which were at varying stage of expiration. Some expired in 2015 and they were just abandoned. Others remained until 2016. And because we had such a robust year last year, there were a significant amount of resources that were used that were kind of in a use or lose situation. And fortunately, we got those resources deployed. We will start 2017 with our annual allotment, which is $3.9 billion and approximately $1 billion of carry forward, which, as indicated from 2 years ago, is significantly reduced. I did send, given the robust demand, in November, I did send out a demand survey to all of the issuing community to try to ascertain what was gonna, what their perspective on 2017 held. And, the timing of that demand survey was interrupted by an election cycle, which was unprecedented. I did receive those demand surveys back in early December, and my inclination is they didn't reflect the election results because nobody quite knew how to incorporate it given the timing. We were oversubscribed with regard to projects significantly when that demand survey came back. It became very clear, though, given how the month of December progressed, that a lot of projects were in trouble. The loss of equity was significant. People were going to pull back. For those of you who aren't aware, SIDLAC also has a portfolio of projects that were submitted in 2015 as a result of the change in difficult to develop area status that I provided a lot of flexibility for them to move forward with their timing. A lot of those projects people have indicated just aren't feasible anymore. So this year will not be as robust of a year as had been anticipated. But I am planning, given the bond measures that have been adopted at the local level, both in Los Angeles and the Bay Area, and the No Place Like Home initiative, which hopefully is able to clear its legal hurdles, that 2018 is going to be a robust year, and that we do need to start planning this year for full utilization. We did decrease allocations to certain activities that are non-multifamily in nature this year. And for those of you who aren't aware, SIDLAC not only provides allocation to multifamily and single-family programs, but also exempt facility projects and industrial development projects as well. So both of those allocations began to shrink in anticipation of more demand for the multifamily arena. But I do appreciate Cal HFA's flexibility. They kind of worked with us while we received the demand survey back, and we had to kind of rearrange allocation from single family to multifamily uses. And I think their commitment, given the leveraging that the 4% and bond program provides, is a commitment to the multifamily housing arena, which I know is Mark and our commitment as well. With regard to addressing middle income issues, that historically has been handled through our MCC and our MRB programs. Given the issues with regard to going to the public markets and the costs of that, the MCC program, the MRB single-family program has not been something that Cal HFA has pursued in grandeur over the last couple of years. They have a small $200 million allocation that's outstanding right now. We did see a request for mortgage revenue bond assistance from the for veterans housing this year. But there has not been broader discussion about how to use SIDLAC resources beyond the single-family programs that exist to date.
Okay, yes, and then we're going to move on,
Okay,
but
yeah,
thank you.
No, there's been some discussion about giving housing authorities the ability to work beyond their current, their current income limitations, so getting into workforce housing. And given the discussions going on in Washington, the Cantwell Hatch bill, is this, does this give us more resources spread over a larger area, or would we be spreading the same resource base? If we give housing authorities the ability to work up to 80 or 100% AMI,
So the bill that I've seen is less about housing authorities than it is about the low-income housing tax credits, although
Income
there may be
averaging.
others. And it would allow for what they call income averaging. So right now, all tax credit units have to serve people at 60% of area median income or below. This says that you could go up to 80% as long as the project as a whole averaged 60%. I think, we see the need to serve people above 60% AMI in many markets in California. I think we're also, in some markets, more the rural areas, I think we have a little bit of concern that those are market rate units. In a lot of rural areas, 60% is around market, so I'm reluctant to give tax credits for market rate units. But I think in the urban areas, we really could use that authority. We haven't really thought through, if it passes, what we would do with it. I don't think that we would employ it on the 9% side. Right now, our projects go from 30 to 60% AMI, and we would, adding in sort of higher income units would just take away from some of the lower income units. I think on the 4% side, though, where you're trying to just get to an average, it wouldn't particularly change the average, but you would give you a broader range of incomes within a project. I think that is something that's a little bit more attractive to us. But we really haven't spent too much time thinking about that yet, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. We
Yeah,
really
you're welcome.
appreciate it. We have, I guess, Irina Asmunsen has arrived from the Department of Finance. And Mike, why don't you come up to let you know, just so you think that you understand that we're not going to run out of time here. Unfortunately, both Carol Galante and Matt Schwartz are not able to make it today. So Mike is going to handle all the federal things on his own. So we'll start, maybe, would it make more sense to talk about following up on tax credits
I think it probably
first?
makes sense to
Yeah.
talk about federal tax tax reform
And-
and what's
and
happening
Madam
at the
Chair,
federal
can-
level.
Can we have Jerry's handout just be available at some point, maybe in our package tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely.
And I did give Matt a hard time about not coming, and he apologized and wanted me to pass that on to everybody, that he was really sorry he couldn't make it, so.
His mother passed away.
Yeah, I put my mouth over that one. Yeah, but he did say he's really sorry he's not here.
So thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Appreciate being invited. And I figured maybe that I would touch upon market disruption, as you touched upon with Mark, and then talk a little bit more about the Cantwell-Hatch bill, and then say where I think we are with tax reform and things and some of the programs HFA may be concerned about within the tax code, and then maybe kind of close by talking about some other possible new programs that could be embedded in the tax code. So it's not just about preserving what we have or expanding what we have, but also some things that are being discussed that could be additive, and you might find interesting and addresses some of the questions that were asked of Mark. So in terms of the market disruption, as Mark sort of mentioned, clearly after the election, investors suddenly became a lot more aware that corporate tax reform could actually happen. We actually prepared a report back in 2013 that assessed the impact of lowering corporate tax rates on the value of tax credits. And when we sent the report out, we were concerned it was going to have an adverse effect on corporate pricing, but it had no real impact because people didn't believe corporate tax reform was going to happen. So, we would talk at all of our conferences about corporate tax reform, how if you lower the rate, and it's pretty simple. When investors invest in tax credits, they're buying tax credits, but they'll pay more than $1 for tax credits. And you go, well, why are you paying more than $1 for tax credits? Because you're also buying tax losses. So if you pay $1 for a tax credit and the marginal tax rate is 35%, you'll save $1 in tax credits, you'll write off the $1, you'll save 35 cents. So you'll save $1.35 for investing $1. And that $1.35 comes in over 15 years, and on a risk-adjusted basis, I think most would say that's a very fair price. Well, when the corporate tax rate, suddenly Trump wins the election, the House stays Republican, which most people expected, but with a greater majority than they anticipated. And lo and behold, the Republicans held the Senate too. No one thought the Republicans would hold the Senate. Not only did they hold the Senate, they actually had 52 votes in the Senate, which they thought was pretty miraculous if you were most prognosticators. So then all of a sudden, people are talking, Trump set a 15% corporate tax rate. The House tax reform blueprint says a 20% corporate tax rate. So before you know it, all the boards of all these sort of major corporations are thinking, I like 15% or 20% corporate tax rates. So then when folks are bringing in tax credit investments within their sort of tax credit investing group, and they're showing a 35% corporate tax rate for 15 years, they say, well, what is like, maybe that'll be the rate this year, but given the situation right now, over the next 4 years, I've got to believe the corporate tax rate can come down. And then you have Secretary Designee at the time, Steve Mnuchin, saying they're going to do tax reform in 90 days. Now, no one thought that was really going to happen. I guess he did, but I don't think most people thought that was really going to happen. But there was a very much an awareness of how tax reform was going to happen. So investors naturally reacted. They said, if you're going to put a model over 15 years, we have to figure out what the corporate tax rate is to assume right now. And generally, the market is somewhere between 20 and 25% right now. If it's 25%, there might be upward or downward adjusters, or you might just say lock it at 25%, and if it depends upon where the corporate rate ends up, one's going to have a better bargain than the other, unless it gets right at 25%. Others are coming in and saying we're going to price it at a 20% corporate tax rate, and if the corporate tax rate ends up settling out at a higher rate, then we'll adjust, maybe have upward adjusters at some later period of time. So that's sort of the dislocation that sort of is the market disruption that you were hearing about. Now, the good news about all of this is it's not as bad as it was in the Great Recession. There are buyers, it's simply a fact, and the yields aren't dropping all that much. It's just a question of what the assumptions are with respect to the corporate tax rate. Now, there was a question about impairment, and as a tax accountant, I can get dangerous here and bore you all to tears. But the issue that the banks have, it's sort of it's an issue that they have been trying to have for a long time. And I say been trying to have it for a long time in the sense that corporations would like lower corporate tax rates. However, if you've invested in low-income tax credits, for the most part, you're writing off your investment for tax purposes more quickly than for book. So for book purposes, you have this asset that carries on for, say, 15 years, and for tax purposes, your deductions are generally more rapid. And as a consequence, you're booking a deferred asset of tax savings. So it's this deferred tax asset that ends up, if all of a sudden the rate goes from 35% down to 25% or 20, that deferred asset is assuming a 35% rate. So banks and other investors have to write off a portion of that deferred tax asset. But you look at them and you say, well, wait a second. What you're saying is that in the future, your income is going to be taxed at a 25% or 20% rate. And as a consequence, you got to write off this deferred tax asset thing on your balance sheet. I think every bank looks at that, and that's an easy price to pay. Any corporation will look at that and say, I'm fine with that. The real key going forward is as they're investing in tax credits now, they don't want to double down on that potential. And the other, to really get a little wonky on it, that deferred tax asset for banks doesn't count towards capital. And banks have certain minimum capital standards, and due to the Basel Accords, deferred tax assets reduce that capital, and that's a greater limitation. So I think at some level, they've already been backing out the deferred tax asset for a lot of their calculations, so writing it down doesn't harm them anymore with like their capital requirements and such. So when I run into the banks, I don't see that as a real limitation in terms of their choosing to invest going forward. There are some other arcane issues that can arise on certain banks with certain large investments, but for the most part, we haven't seen much of a reduction in demand. It's more just a pricing. And the other thing I would just toss out on that front, some people will think, well, when they hear lower corporate tax rates, they think lower corporate taxes, maybe there's not as much demand. But the focus is trying to broaden the base and lower the rate. So increase what's subject to tax and then lower the rate of tax so your actual net tax liability isn't that different. So there isn't an expectation that there's this huge windfall in overall corporate, right, as it's generally talked about, there's not this expectation that there's going to be this major windfall for corporations such that there's going to be this huge fall in demand. So that's kind of roughly kind of where we are on the sort of market disruption, and it's real, it's economic, and if Congress does end up lowering corporate tax rates, it is an effect that you can't, they're not going to not do tax reform. They're not going to lower corporate taxes because of the impact it has on the affordable housing community. However, the good news with the long-lasting tax credit is there's a lot of support in the House, both on the Senate side and in the House. So I should say in Congress, both on the Senate side and in the House. And the real focus over a number of years has been more on the House side and House Republicans in general. And that's because that's where a lot of the tax reform initiative has been going on. There's been a lot of work on the Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats and House Democrats, but it's not a surprise. House Democrats and House Democratic senators, Democratic members of the House and Democratic senators are much easier to get involved in supporting of the program. The greater lift are going to be the Republicans in the House and the Republicans in the Senate. And we do have very strong advocates on both the Republican side and in the Senate as well in the House. So on the House side, when Dave Camp a number of years ago was going through his tax reform proposal, we knew it was coming out, so we were all focused on getting the long-lasting tax credit in as part of the Dave Camp discussion draft, and we were successful. The long-lasting tax credit was kept in that discussion draft. And then when the House went through again and came out with their blueprint last June, unfortunately, the long-lasting tax credit was left out. Now, the blueprint was just that. It's just a blueprint. The blueprint is 34 pages long, lots of type, lots of big print, lots of charts, not that much on the actual proposed tax reform. It did have the 20% rate in there. It had some other changes. In the early drafts, the long-lasting tax credit was actually in it. And then at the end, they said we have to take out some tax expenditures. We don't want to be too inclusive too early. There was a vote by the House Republicans in a retreat they had in December about what should be in and out of tax reform, and the long-lasting tax credit received a positive vote, non-binding. But so we feel like the long-lasting tax credit is in a pretty good place to be in a reform tax code, and that the House Republican side wants to preserve the value of the program. So we've been having meetings with the House Republican staff about ways to enhance the program to make up for this difference. So the question about like the Cantwell Hatch or the others, the only way you make up for the difference, if you basically have a program where you get a stream of tax credits and you get a stream of tax losses that are a function of your tax rate, if you lower the tax rate, the only real way to get more net value is to increase the amount of tax credits. So we have a general proposal to increase tax credits by anywhere from 11 to 17% that states could allocate, and increase the amount they could allocate to any one project. and basically go to the states and say, right now, you're allocating, say, $1 in tax credits. We're really allocating $1.35. $1 tax credits plus roughly 35 cents in tax savings. Well, now the tax savings, if the rate's 20%, you're really only allocating 20 cents in savings, so maybe you can allocate $1.15. So you're still allocating the same net amount to a project. So that's the overall sort of initiative within the sort of broader sort of tax LIHTC community. And when I say the broader community, you know, I'm on a board of a number of coalitions, and then there's also a coalition of coalitions. And that coalition has a board, believe it or not. So I'm also involved with that. So it's the coalition of coalitions that's helping trying to aggregate all the other coalitions to support this effort to get something in any tax reform bill that might come out of the House that not only preserves the long-term tax credit, but also provides additional funding for it so the market's made whole. And there have been a lot of articles written by the media over the last several months about this issue, which I think has really been helpful because it's helped make members of Congress aware as to how real this is. Now, before I talk about Cantwell Hatch, I will talk about private activity bonds for a moment, because I spoke with sort of excitement, and it was a relief when the camp discussion draft came out and supported long-term tax credit. It did not support private activity bonds. So private activity bonds, you know, would have been eliminated under the camp discussion draft. And Camp is Dave Camp, former chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. So that obviously was quite disturbing. 40% of affordable housing units throughout the country are funded through private activity bonds. A much larger percentage in California are funded through private activity bonds. So that would be a huge loss. So in addition to focusing on the long-term tax credit, we're also focused on preserving private activity bonds, particularly as it relates to their use for residential rental housing. So to touch upon Cantwell Hatch, Cantwell Hatch, you know, I don't think we could have been any more excited than when Senator Maria Cantwell told us who her Republican lead co-sponsor was, than to find out it was Senator Hatch, who happens to be the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. So we like the Republican chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, the Tax Writing Committee in the Senate, to be a co-sponsor in your bill. That usually means things will be working out for you pretty well. So we're very excited about that. The 50% increase is 10% a year for 5 years. But as Mark mentioned, it provides more credits to be allocated, but doesn't change the dynamics. So in some ways, it's similar to the other solution that we're coming up with, but we really want this other solution first. We want Cantwell Hatch to be layered on top of that. We don't want Cantwell Hatch to be the way in which they solve this other issue. And then there's another key feature to the Cantwell Hatch. We talked about income averaging, but there's also, right now, there's the way in which you calculate the tax credits or private activity bonds it doesn't have a floor, and the Cantwell Hatch bill would create a 4% floor for taxes and bond finance tax credit properties, which would mean equity would go up about 25+%. So a lot more projects would be financially feasible with the Cantwell Hatch bill because of this 4% floor provision. And then there's also the Cantwell Hatch bill is going to also be introduced in the House by Representative Pat Tiberi and Richie Neal sometime in the next week or two. So we're excited about that. Unfortunately, it's not going to have the 50% increase. Pat Tiberi is a Republican. He's a senior member of the Ways and Means Committee, and he's looking at it and saying, I'll support all these other sort of enhancements. My focus right now is the House wants to come out with a tax reform bill. I want to make sure the long-term tax credit's in the bill, and I don't want to, right now, be focusing on increasing it by 50%. I want to be focusing on ensuring he thinks it's in, but make sure that he's advocating to get it in, and he thinks the 50% increase might be a sort of bit of a distraction from ensuring that it's in the tax bill that if one comes out of the House. So that's kind of the Cantwell Hatch. And then the third area that I wanted to touch upon before I talk about some other program potentials is where we stand with tax reform. And and obviously if I knew, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. I'd be out and making investments on the stock market. You know, but there certainly is things that are sort of knowable in terms of what the procedure and the process is. Clearly, the House Republicans and the Senate Republicans are focused on ACA, the health care first. They're doing that through budget reconciliation. They're doing it on budget reconciliation for fiscal year that ends September 30th, 2017. Tax reform comes after that. Tax reform is as part of budget reconciliation for fiscal year 2018. Budget reconciliation is the process because that way you only need 50 votes in the Senate. It can't be filibustered. So right now, as you know, they're focusing on health care, and trying to get a bill that could pass both the House and the Senate with just Republican votes. And obviously, that's a daunting task, to say the least, and right now, that's where the effort is. There is a lot going on in terms of drafting tax reform, a lot of meetings and other things going on the tax reform side. Tax reform is expected to be the second part of that, or become after that. If you hear Steve Mnuchin, he's now talking about getting tax reform done by August. And that's what Kevin Brady, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and Speaker Paul Ryan will say, get it done by August and have it on the president's desk. You listen to Mitch McConnell, who's majority leader of the Senate, he'll tell you that's probably not going to happen then. It's probably going to happen in the fall. And even some senators, Senator Thune the other day said maybe it'll slip into next year. Senator John Cornyn from Texas, he's assistant majority leader. He's talked about, well, maybe we don't get tax rates as low as they're trying to get them. So it kind of remains to be seen where we end up on the whole tax reform front. I'm one who, I tend to think what's in the House blueprint isn't going to happen. I just think it's too dramatic. If you've looked at the House blueprint on tax reform, it eliminates interest expense deduction, provides full expensing of assets. We all know about the destination-based cash flow tax, or the border adjustability tax, the VAT tax. It's getting a lot of negative attention, and I'm just not sure that all of those can kind of pull together, and it could pass with you could get the votes, enough Republican votes in the House and the Senate. And it might just be that I'm a tax accountant that was practicing before the Tax Reform Act of '86, and I saw what the '86 Act did. And what the House blueprint does is a dramatic, the Tax Reform Act of '86 was easy, was a moderate change compared to what the House is. That is so dramatic that I just can't see how you could deal with all the issues, the transition rules, and sort of all the rest. So I'm one who tends to think that something will happen on taxes. And I think the corporate rate does come down. I think individual rates come down a little bit. Business taxes come down a little bit on pass-throughs, but it's not as dramatic as the House bill, and that you end up with maybe a down payment on tax reform. And there's a number of ways to do it, which I kind of won't bore you with. But that probably, I could see that easily happening in the fall, and that corporate rates do come down. And as a consequence, you do end up with this enduring effect on the tax credit market. And hopefully, as part of all of that, Cantwell Hatch and some of these other sort of curative provisions can be retained. And in a scenario like that, I think private utility bonds have a very, very high likelihood of success of staying in the code. So let me touch upon a couple of other items, then then whatever questions you have, or if we want to move over here next. Some might be concerned about historic tax credits. Historic tax credits are out there. They are used to rehabilitate historic properties. Those are in the code now. They were left out of the camp discussion draft, silent in the blueprint. They're definitely sort of on the fence. New market tax credits are extended through December of 2019, so it does have extended for a few years. New market tax credits are definitely still sort of on the fence. Other programs that could find their way into some bill at the end of the year. Representative Teaberry and Tim Scott from South Carolina, they have an opportunity zone bill where you basically can defer gains by investing in distressed areas. That could be something that makes its way into a updated code. There's also something that's being marketed, a neighborhood homes tax credit. It's for neighborhood revitalization through single-family homes. That's been out there. Obviously, they're talking about infrastructure, and infrastructure tax credits could be a piece of that, and there could be a multifamily residential rental housing component of that. But probably the most direct to some of the questions I heard asked earlier is there was introduced last year, Ron Wyden Senator from Oregon, introduced a middle income housing tax credit, which would go up to 100% of area median incomes. And that middle income housing tax credit is patterned after the low income housing tax credit. And Senator Wyden, who's the ranking member, the most senior Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, he introduced the bill last year, but it didn't get universal acceptance. There are groups out there that look at the middle income housing tax credit and say, we have limited resources, we shouldn't be spending resources on those between 60 and 100% of median income. The resources should go to those that are extremely low income. And they actually came out opposed to the MITEC bill, the middle income housing tax credit bill, and we're urging members not to get behind the bill. Needless to say, Senator Ron Wyden believes that it's needed for Portland and other parts of Oregon, thinks there are other urban cores throughout the country that could use the middle income housing tax credit, and there's every expectation that he will be reintroducing that into Congress. and I suspect some of the objections will continue. So that's my general sort of overview on taxes. Questions?
Mike, thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate
you.
it. Just want to ask you about mortgage interest deduction. I think Mnuchin came out a few months ago saying, "Yep, we're going to look at it," and then maybe he retracted last week. I know there are some advocacy groups, National Local Housing Coalition, others who are really pushing hard on it. Just curious to see if you think that's in the mix at all, or what's your prognosis there?
Right. My prognosis is the mortgage interest tax deduction, I should say a tax benefit for home ownership will not be excised from the code. There will be a tax benefit for home ownership in the code. The question just becomes, how significant is it? There's talk about, do you convert it to a tax credit as opposed to a tax deduction, so you get the same benefit across all marginal tax rates? Do you limit, the amount the amount that you can borrow? How high can the dollar limit be? Right now it's $1 million with 100,000 of homeowner equity, so $1.1 million. Does that come down to say 500,000? Also, there's talk, if you increase the standard deduction, there's talk in tax reform about just greatly increasing the standard deduction to being a really large number, such that a lot of taxpayers don't itemize. And while you might say you still get the home mortgage deduction, you might find that you don't get a benefit for it because it's below all your itemized deductions are below the standard deduction because it's gotten so large. So I definitely see some changes like that. But the House tax reform blueprint had charitable in it and home mortgage interest, or some benefit for home ownership in it. So those two, I think, are pretty sacrosanct in some form.
Ms. Attell?
Okay,
She's
follow up
first.
on mortgage interest deduction?
Okay, it's up to you, Madam Chair.
I think you were first.
Okay, so can you talk to me a little bit more about the private activity bond provisions? I kind of didn't quite catch where it ended up in terms of the
Yes.
bill.
So private activity bonds can go for a number of purposes, as you know, multifamily residential rental housing being one of them. And when Dave Camp, former chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, came out with his discussion draft, which ultimately was introduced as a bill in the last day of Congress, just out of respect for him, I guess, that bill did not include private activity bonds. If that bill had become law, the low-income housing tax credit would have existed in dramatically modified form, but the private activity bonds would have went away, and residential rental, CIDLAC wouldn't have been there, wouldn't have had any debt limit to allocate to anybody, so you wouldn't have needed a debt limit allocation committee if that had passed. Now, the discussion draft that came out, that the House came out with last June, was silent on it. And it basically said, we're still looking into private activity bonds. Now, some senior Republican members of the Ways and Means Committee have said that they expect private activity bonds to survive. There are several Republican members on the Ways and Means Committee that are former mayors. They understand the benefits. They might get adjusted in some way. They might limit the uses for certain types of uses. But I think there's general expectation that they will survive. But there's definitely cause for concern, and when one's meeting with folks in Congress and stuff, you need to talk about the importance of it. And I will give a caveat. Donald Trump did meet with governors and mayors and other officials, government officials, and he talked about how he supports municipal tax exemption. And a lot of people in the private activity bond world were suddenly feeling very good about that. And it's not that I felt bad about that, it was just, when you think about, when he was talking about municipal income tax exemption, just talking about the state of California can borrow, government agencies can borrow and have their interest be tax exempt, that's different than a private party, and then a separate private activity get funded by taxes and bonds. So it's really a subset of the broader group of municipal bonds. And so I always try to say, don't take too much comfort in that. You have to make sure you're making the case for private activity bonds and the importance that they play in a host of areas, including residential rental housing and obviously home ownership as well.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to follow up on the
Yes.
mortgage interest deduction. I mean, so all of the studies show that it doesn't increase home ownership rates and that it benefits really high-income families. So I'm kind of curious about why it wouldn't, and I think even at your conference.
Right.
That Mr. Lazio, who very well might become the deputy secretary, did. kind of
Unfortunately not.
No, is that true?
Yeah.
I thought that they're hinting that he might.
No,
so-
no, no, he definitely was in the mix, but
Oh.
now he's not, unfortunately.
Oh, it is unfortunate. But at least he did talk about
Yes.
mortgage interest deduction being something worthy to look at.
Yes.
So you just think that's probably.
Well, no, I think that, I'm just saying it's not gonna go away completely. I'm saying it is, but if you raise the standard deduction, that diminishes the value of the mortgage interest deduction. If you cap, how much you can borrow and still deduct, that reduces the value of the mortgage interest deduction. Obviously, if you lower tax rates, that reduces the value of the mortgage interest deduction. So I have no doubt that the mortgage interest deduction will be affected in some fashion. I'm just saying the notion of excising it from the code completely, I don't see happening. And I will also say, I agree with you in terms of what the studies say, but there was a panel that the Ways and Means Committee had on the home mortgage interest deduction maybe a year or two ago, and even those that opposed it said you couldn't eliminate it immediately. You have to eliminate it over a 10-year period, or the price shocks would be too dramatic.
Sure, that makes
And
sense.
so, it was interesting to hear someone who doesn't support it saying, but don't, take it away too quickly, which is why when I think about what the House Blueprint's doing with respect to tax reform, the transition periods would have to be quite long, or the shocks are gonna be sort of very dramatic.
I had another one, but yeah.
Ms. Johnson Hall?
No, I'll defer to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was just going to mention, just from the bank perspective, one of the other things that you didn't mention, but I think is important to mention, is that the regulatory requirements for banks is still a very compelling reason for them to stay in the LIHTC industry. And I'm speaking specifically about the Community Reinvestment Act. And so that's one of the things that we bantered about, is one reason why we continue, and that many banks continue to stay in this market. I think the more immediate threat, of course, is the adjuster. And I've seen that go up, I've seen it go up, and I've seen it go up. And I was just wondering if you might comment on that, or you think that might be going in the next year.
When you say the adjuster, you mean the adjuster built into these agreements and such? Yeah.
Exactly. Mm.
Well, first of all, on the CRA, on the Community Reinvestment Act side, I agree with you 100%. It's a three-part test. Investment test is a critical piece of that. Long-term tax credits in the markets are a great way to meet that test. So it continues to be a lot of demand. We actually get the question as to whether or not the election change is likely to cause there to be a change in CRA.
Mm.
And if you talk to Mike Crapo, who's the Republican chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, he doesn't think there's any likelihood of any sort of significant changes on CRA, and certainly for the larger banks, any sort of significant changes. I myself will wait and see who gets appointed to replace the head of the OCC in April, or the FDIC in October, or the Fed. All three tend to work together with their regulations, so it's something that I'll definitely be watching. And a year and a half or 2 years from now, it might be a little different. But I certainly think right now, I wouldn't expect there to be much change anytime soon. And obviously, it's with administration staffing, there's less chance of really getting something done. The status quo becomes sort of more relevant. I think in terms of adjusters, it's a new normal, and it's still getting worked out. There will be, the markets adjust. It's pretty miraculous how quickly the markets adjusted. It can be pretty painful too, but the markets adjusted pretty quickly and continued to be willing to invest. A lot of investors continued to honor their prices at 35%, even though they knew at the time that chances they wouldn't enter into that again, but they made the commitments. And then they started to come up with methodologies of dealing with it. I think the adjusters, I'm not sure where the new normal will be. I think we're still probably a few months out in terms of where it kind of sets in. And I have a couple of theories as to how it could settle, but they're just that, they're theories. And we'll have to wait and see how the market reacts. But you have the banks, obviously, they're wanting to invest for CRA and other reasons, as you noted. You have the developers there that need the capital. You have syndicators and sponsors that are able to design products that fit the needs and bridge the gap. So it's quite impressive the way the market's been able to react to keep the capital flowing. Even though it's not flowing as well as it was, it's certainly still flowing, which is good to see.
So I had two quick ones. You talked about if they lower the corporate tax rate, it doesn't mean a reduction in taxes collected, because there'll be other, I assume, is that overseas dollars? I don't understand, what's out there that isn't being taxed, all of a sudden be taxed?
Right. Well, when they talk about sort of, the idea is if you go through the corporate tax code, there's a list of what are called federal tax expenditures. And then there's also things that aren't called corporate tax expenditures that you can limit. So one example that I would mention is the House blueprint eliminates interest expense deductions. So businesses could not deduct interest expense. Corporations under the House blueprint would not be able to deduct interest expense. The average amount of interest expense deductions for corporations just a couple years ago was $1 billion. It's come down a little bit as interest rates kind of soften. It's probably rising now. That means corporations were saving on average $350 billion a year. 3.5 billion over 10 years. And corporations only pay 3.6 billion, or 3.6 trillion over 10 years. It was 100 billion, it's $1 billion a year, 10 billion over 10 years of interest deductions. Right? So the amount that you can save through the corporate interest expense deduction is quite substantial and will buy down rates. And you're basically going to tell corporations, I can't deduct interest expense, but you can have a lower rate. And in many corporations would be just as they were before. Some that didn't have high interest expense deductions would get a tax cut. Those that have high those that didn't have interest expense deductions would look at it and say, I'm not losing anything. Those that have high interest expense deductions would see a tax increase. So those are the examples. There are a lot of stuff in the tax code you
Well,
can
and
take
I
out.
think the Democratic Senate proposed paying for the $1 trillion infrastructure through bringing back the offshore dollars.
That's right.
It's very confusing to me how all this works, so can you
Yeah.
explain that a little bit, or?
Yeah, there is money that corporations keep offshore. And if they bring it back to the U.S., it's subject to a 35% tax rate. If they keep it in a foreign country, then it's not subject to tax. And it's just the way in which the U.S. tax code is designed. You get taxed when you repatriate the money to the U.S. What the idea was to go to the corporations and say, we'll let you bring the money back one time at maybe a 7 or 10% tax rate. And you'll bring it in, and then that's going to cause there to be more tax revenue. And as a consequence, we'll have more revenue. We can use that to fund infrastructure. So that's been the linkage. There have been some that even had direct linkage that say, as you bring the money back, you need to make investments yourself and maybe get a tax credit. But that's the general linkage, is bringing the money in from overseas back to the U.S. and then using that as a revenue source. But that's a revenue source that also can help pay for tax reform. As you think about sort of corporate tax reform, it probably involves international tax reform, so as part of the international tax reform, that money might be used to bring down corporate tax rates as opposed to being used to pay for infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much, Mike.
Let me just say a couple things about the federal budget,
Okay, I want to make sure
real
that we
quick.
give Irina
Just on the
enough
federal
time.
budget, I mean, in terms of the federal budget, not much news. We know a skinny budget's coming out this week. It's skinny in the sense that OMB isn't well-staffed, so it's typical for a president to have a skinny budget their first time. This is going to be skinny also based upon the amount of cuts in various programs. You've probably all seen the Washington Post article with rumors of 14% cut in the HUD budget, $6 billion, limiting CDBG, limiting home, $300 million coming from Section 8, public housing having close to $2 billion in cuts. I mean, it is quite ugly. So that, hopefully it won't be as bad as that in the skinny budget. As a practical matter, though, it's just a budget, and it's not like it's going to become law. They'll hold other hearings and stuff, but it's not a great place to start. And then in terms of the Treasury Department, we're still waiting for a number of key appointments. There's not much one to really say there. And Ben Carson, the same thing. We don't know who the Deputy Secretary is going to be. I know some of the possible candidates. Rick Lazio is no longer sort of in the running, which is unfortunate. He would have been great to have as Deputy Secretary. And another key role is going to be the FHA Commissioner, and we'll have to wait and see who that's going to be. And with that,
Well, I just want to
Yes.
say that, with the HUD budget being cut, those are some of the primary sources we've been using to fill that gap in the tax credits. So, which kind of leaves it left to the state. So we will, it's appropriate for Irina to be next and with the Department of Finance. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Today is the 13th and not the 14th. Sorry about some of the confusion. So let me jump right in. I'm going to talk a little bit about our latest population projections. I'm going to talk a little bit about the economics that we're seeing that are contained in our governor's budget forecast that we had released at the beginning of January. I'll talk a little bit about revenues at the end. But it's mostly going to be on the population and sort of how the housing stuff is happening. So last week, we just released our latest version of the population projections. These projections go out to 2060. It shows a little bit about how California is changing. So up on the screen, you have 3 different types of population pyramids, as we call them. All the way to the left is 1980. So the way to read these is these are population by age. So age 0 is at the bottom, age 100 plus is at the top. On the left of that vertical line is men. On the right is women. So you can sort of see where the bulges are. In 1980, we really had a big bulge of working age population. That was really the baby boomers. They were in the prime working years. They were buying houses. They were starting their jobs. They were starting to get wage increases. The middle population pyramid is 2016, so our latest set of estimates. It's much more conical. It's sort of vertical. There, again, you see the effect of the aging of the population. You also see the big effect of immigration to California. So as people started having smaller families, a lot of working age immigrants came to California and really filled in some of those like bulges and skinny parts. To the point where 27% is the latest estimate. 27% of Californians are foreign-born. That includes my own mom. I like to think that foreign-born really add to sort of the dynamism. They tend to really be in that working age population, so they do end up being taxpayers. All the way on the right, that final population pyramid is not really a pyramid anymore. That is the population in 2040. So you can see that birth rates have really fallen off quite a lot. And people are living longer. That conical shape is sort of going up farther. So in terms of housing markets, to me that sort of says, well, the population that's buying houses and that is moving into different kinds of housing situations, that's really probably changing. I grew up in Davis. I now live in Davis. There really has been an aging of the population. The homeowners are downsizing. They're trying to find better senior housing, and then their very expensive houses are being bought by the next generation. Just about everyone that I've talked to, and again, this is anecdotal, they're getting help from their parents because they cannot afford the $1 million houses for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath that hasn't been renovated for 30 years. So these are the population pyramids. I should also mention that I prefer if you interrupt me when you have questions, so feel free to ask questions as they come. Okay. Okay. Let me come back to this one, actually. So this is California residential construction. This is just permits. On the bottom is the blue bars are multifamily. The red bars are the number of single-family permits. This goes back to 2000. You can see that big run-up in 2005, 2006. A lot of that was single-family homes. And then you see that massive drop-off in the recession. And it really just has not recovered. When we look at various measures of how many permits we would need every year just to sort of keep up with population growth, so this can be a little bit difficult because sometimes population growth comes from working age people who want to, want to buy a house, need someplace to live. Sometimes population growth comes from kids. Sometimes population growth comes from people just living longer. When we look at sort of the adult age population to try and figure out how many extra housing units, and we try and look at sort of what the average household size is, because generally people are in households of not just one, but several people. The rough calculations that we come out to are that about 180,000 units are needed every single year to be built just to keep up with population growth. So last year was a good year over the last couple of years, and we got about 100,000 units. For a couple of years, it was below 50,000 units. That's a big backlog for California. There was a lot of growth in that boom time. Those houses, unfortunately, are not always located in the places where the jobs are. So even if we look at averages for the state, you are also not necessarily getting the housing where you need them. I think you guys are all very aware that this has led to some affordability issues. Let's go back to inflation for a second. So this is both California and US inflation. The black line is US inflation, and it goes back to 2000. The forecast starts in 2017. It's the shaded part over at the right. And the bars are California inflation. And we've also broken out sort of the big sources, the big drivers of California inflation in those bars. So the energy tends to be a little bit more volatile. Energy prices went down a lot. That's sort of the blue bits of the bar. The gray bits are everything other than energy. And then the red bits are housing. So you can sort of see what housing inflation is doing to overall inflation for California. It really is a big, big driver of overall California inflation. Let me point out that California inflation is defined as a weighted average of the LA area inflation and the San Francisco Bay Area inflation. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does not do surveys of all of California. They just do it of those two metropolitan statistical areas. So this is a little bit biased in the sense that it's really only urban areas, but you can sort of see what housing does. I will note that in the San Francisco Bay Area, housing has been even bigger. So just by itself, I think San Francisco Bay Area, it's been running well above 5% every year. That inflation is measured by doing a survey of what people actually pay. So it's not just what the listings are doing, it's what renters are doing who are in sort of long-term contracts. So if you're averaging 5% for everyone, that's some big increases for the people who are turning over. Let me also make an observation, which is when you have this really limited supply, one of the hopes of increasing minimum wage was that people would have more disposable income. And so when we were looking at this, we said, okay, well, people will have more disposable income. Hopefully there's not going to be disemployment effects. We thought maybe sales tax was going to do a little bit better. Sales tax has basically been flat. Housing inflation has been a little bit higher than what we had thought. And the thought is that extra supply in housing is maybe not keeping up with the additional demand and the additional amount of disposable income that might be chasing that same housing supply. So not something definitive, but that's sort of one of the stories that we've been hearing is that, you know, some of this disposable income is going into extra housing inflation.
Madam
So.
Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So when you talk about sales tax, is that the total tax rate or is that the amount that would go to the state? Because there's a lot of localities that have a sales tax rate that funds their local initiatives and their local bonds. And
I was thinking specifically about the state portion because
The state portion.
I monitor
Okay, state
that. Yeah. So if there are increases in the rates at the local level that are increasing the total amount of sales tax that locals are collecting, then I wouldn't be
you
seeing
did,
that.
you discount that, okay.
Yeah, good question. Anything else? Okay. Let me talk a little bit about, so the governor has been very good about reminding people that good times never last. I'm also an economist, so I tend to be kind of a downer, I'm sorry. Good times never last. This is the US and California unemployment rate. This chart goes back to 1990. The shaded bits here are recessions. So California unemployment rate, that's the red line. The US unemployment rate is the blue line. You can see that unemployment rates go up, they come down, they start going up again, they come down. Right now, I guess I haven't really updated this chart for the very latest. In January, the California unemployment rate was 5.1%, which was 0.2% higher than the low of 4.9% that we saw at the end of 2006. So we are getting pretty close to probably about as good as it's going to get. in our forecast, because even though expansions don't last forever, as a forecasting convention, we assume that they do last forever, and that there is going to be continued growth. So that's mostly because we know that it's going to end at some point. We don't know when it's going to end. So one of the only jokes about forecasting is that in forecasting, you should pick a number or a date, but not both. But in forecasting, you, of course, have to pick both. So that's the convention. We know that this is going to be proven wrong, but that's the convention. So this is our unemployment rate. You can see the forecast. We forecast, we sort of expect that the unemployment rate is actually going to come up a little bit more as higher wage pressures are going to draw more people back into the labor force, which should help with incomes, which should help with hopefully affordability if, more households are double income households. Okay. This is the labor force participation rate. Again, this chart goes back to 1990. You can see the recessions where they're shaded. So labor force participation rate is measured as the number of people who are either employed or actively looking for a job in the 16+ population. So, generally speaking, it was about 2/3 of that 16+ population was in the labor force, either employed or looking for work. And then in the last recession, it just started dropping. So, there have been a lot of people who have said this is because people can't find work, they're dropping out of the labor force. It's also because of that aging population. So lots of baby boomers have been retiring. They're sort of getting to be that age. If we just look at if 25 through 34-year-olds, 35 through 44-year-olds, 45-year-olds through 54, if those prime working ages have the same labor force participation that they historically had, those rates, then just because of the aging of the cohorts, of the aging of the population, that number is going to keep going down. So labor force participation rate should keep going down just because of an aging population. There are some indications that people are working for longer. Our chief demographer actually decided that he was bored, so he unretired himself, which I was very happy about. So it's not that everyone who's of retirement age wants to retire, but even if their labor force participation rate rises to 20 or 25%, historically it was somewhere like 10 to 15%, then we're still going to see a lower participation rate. What that also means is that there's probably going to be far more people living on fixed incomes, which probably is an issue for you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So I think in past cycles, as you've sort of approached full employment, you've tended to see in-migration from workers basically relocating into California to take advantage of the job opportunities as employers are ratcheting up the prices that they're paying for those salaries. I'm just going to throw it out there. Is there something different this cycle, I guess, primarily as a consequence of where home prices are, that's going to be a drag on that economic productivity here in the state? And then I guess even to complicate further, we have seen the rate of in-migration from illegal immigrants apparently dropping just over the last couple of months because of the specter of increased enforcement, so on and so forth. Those two going to do something different in terms of your projections, I guess, on where we're headed.
Great questions. So California does tend across all the cycles to be a higher cost state than many other states. So what we see now and what we've seen for a long time is that lower income Californians tend to leave the state for places where the job market might be just as good, but there's a lower cost of living. And we tend to attract higher income, more educated migrants. So there's sort of this sorting that's happening over time. The tech sector has been a big contributor to the growth over the last expansion. But it's interesting that what I've been hearing is that, it seemed to be that in San Francisco, for example, you would see rents rising really fast and tech sector would just sort of pay whatever they needed to attract people. So there was some building in San Francisco. Rents at the top end seem to have softened. And again, that's really anecdotal, but either it's enough really ritzy new condos and apartments were built to satisfy that demand, or there does seem to be something about it seems to be slowing at this point. So it's a little bit early for us to say. That's something that we definitely monitor. About the migration trends, that's really difficult to say. We get occasional data to look at this from both surveys done by, I think, Pew, and then also we sometimes will get data sharing through an agreement from the Department of Homeland Security. I don't know if we're going to continue to get access to that or not. So it could go either way. It could be that all over the U.S. undocumented immigrants are leaving, or, you know, they're sort of going underground, or it could, and California sees a net outflow of them just because of the U.S. trend. Or it could be that California is seen as a more welcoming place and a safer place, and so more of them come here. It really could, I think, go either way. Yes?
In general, on undocumented immigration, how is that captured here? Are those forces in these numbers or not?
Good question. So how are undocumented people captured in the surveys? It depends on whether you think that undocumented people would answer official government surveys. So your immigration status is not asked in these things. It is supposed to be a representative sample of people who are called. So if you think that they are just as likely as someone else to pick up the phone and answer it, then they should be included. They are included in the population estimates that we have. So they're included in the denominator. They're supposed to be included in the numerator too. But if you think that they're excluding themselves, then. I will say that from the evidence that we've seen on migrants, both documented and undocumented, they do tend to be employed. So employed is different from having a payroll job. We put out jobs numbers, and we monitor jobs numbers, but just employed, the question that they ask is, in the reference week for this month, did you work for at least an hour in paid work? Which could be childcare, which could be under the table, which could be any number of things. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. So this is California personal income, going back to 2001. We have our forecast, again, starting 2016 because we don't have complete data for 2016. Basically, it just goes up. Even you saw some of those numbers where in 2009 everything plummeted, everything looked terrible. There was a tiny little drop in 2009. That's sort of like that little dip there in the middle. And then it starts going up again. That's because this is a nominal number. It includes inflation. It's also because in 2009, when lots of people were laid off, unemployment benefits kicked in, and they got extended, so that sort of helped support things a little bit. So again, we know that this is bound to be wrong, but we do have this nice line going up.
What are the different colors?
Sorry. So net wages and salaries, that's the red bar down at the bottom. Supplements to wages and salaries is the green one right on top of that. And then it's proprietor's income, which is sort of business income. There's property income, which includes rents, if you get some rents. And then there's transfer receipts, which is the light blue one right on top.
And those transfer,
Mm-hmm.
and those transfer payments include things like Social Security and
Social Security.
general welfare and that sort of thing?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's mostly net wages and salaries and supplements to wages and salaries. Supplements to wages and salaries includes things like health care benefits and pension contributions. Okay. Here's one of these scarier charts that I look at every so often. This is the S&P 500 index that goes back to 1990. Again, recessions are shaded. S&P 500 tends to be very correlated with our capital gains, although there's some strange stuff about how it's correlated in the sense that if you have lots of losses over time, then you can write those off over time. If you have lots of gains, then even if it goes down, you might still have gains that you need to pay taxes But this is another one of those charts where it goes up and then it comes right back down, and it goes up and then it comes down. And right now, it's been going up quite a lot. I have looked at some work that sort of prices out how much the stock market index has gone up recently. And the paper that I was reading was making the claim that it's basically the lower corporate taxes priced in. So you should see this level effect where the indexes and the valuations go up, but because there isn't any better growth prospects, then you shouldn't see continued growth. So it's adjusting to a higher level, and then it should follow the path that it was going to follow anyway. If I really knew how to forecast the stock market, I would probably not be working for the government, so, yeah. I mainly put this in my presentations to remind people that what goes up must come down, so, yeah. Okay. Last couple charts. This is from the latest governor's budget. It's the big three sources of revenue. Personal income tax clearly is the biggest one. It is, so in 2016-17, it was 83 billion out of 118 billion. Sales and use tax, that one is basically flat in our forecast. We sort of say it's between 25 and 30 billion. It's really not increasing that fast, even though personal income overall is going up. That's because people are spending less on taxable goods. And the other things that they are spending it on are not only services, but also healthcare, education, rent. And then corporation tax, that's a really, really weird one to forecast. It drives me nuts every time I have to review this. And it's just, there's so many write-offs, there's so many ups and downs, and what corporations choose to do and what they are investing and what they are writing off. That's also basically flat over our forecast period, goes up a small amount, that's it. Final point, I'm sure you guys are aware, this is the top 1% of taxpayers' proportion of income, and then the proportion of income tax that they pay. So the blue line is the top 1% proportion of income. In 1993, it was about 14%. In 2014, which is the last year that we really have, it was about 24%. The proportion of personal income tax that came from those people was about a third in 1993, and now it's about 48%. So we are extremely dependent on that top 1% of people's incomes. You know, they get a lot of the pie, so that's probably appropriate, and California has a very progressive tax system by design. But if something happens to them, then there's just a lot less money to go around.
Is that a result of when we tax rich people more?
Yeah, yeah. This is by design. Like, this progressivity is by design.
That difference 14 and 24 is exactly those two measures that.
So the 14 to 24 is the increase in the total amount of income that that top 1% takes home.
Mm-hmm.
The increase from about 33% to 48%, that's the design of, like, what tax rates we apply to them. Any other questions? Yeah.
Can I look back at your housing production way at the beginning? Just where you're
This one?
seeing that going, because we're already seeing locally, San Diego region, which is where I'm from, San Diego's seeing a precipitous drop-off in new permit activity.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not what my forecast assumes. We don't do local forecast, we sort of do the statewide. But we assume in our forecast that we're at low levels, we need more housing, we're creeping up. At the very end of our sort of like 10-year forecast, we maybe get up to close to 180,000, which is what we think we sort of need in steady state. This here only goes up to, you know, in 2019, I think it goes up to 125,000 units. So we do expect that it is going to continue to increase over the next couple of years. If that doesn't happen, then we would have to rethink things.
I'm just speaking from the agencies
Okay.
that are taking in the permits right now.
Yeah, good to know.
I've seen economists project that the expected shift is gonna change as demographics change and desires for housing change, later household formation, children who have watched their parents lose a home through foreclosure, that the desire to buy a home, may shift and flip more to multifamily versus single family. Is that something you guys are looking at or seeing similarly?
Thanks for bringing this up. This is usually something that I try and remind myself to say. So you can see in the earlier parts of this chart, single-family homes were much more important. And now what we have is about basically closer to a 50-50 mix of multifamily versus single-family. We think that that's probably just going to continue. That's also because of policies that the state is trying to implement about having more dense neighborhoods, closer to transit. You just can't have single-family homes if you're going to implement policies like that. So we do think that there's going to be a continuing greater proportion of multifamily. Great question.
So is that single-family versus multifamily, or is it ownership versus rental on that, that chart?
We don't forecast ownership versus rental. I have looked at this in the past, and I know that homeownership dropped precipitously as a lot of people.
But in terms of what was built, so would condos go in the?
Condos would go
are
in multifamily.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So we don't look at that, but.
So this kind of reflects more of a density increase and maybe sort of urban infill and that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Anything else?
Other questions?
Thank you.
Well, thank you both so much for those really fascinating and informative presentations.
Just one quick thing, Mike, can you send you did 2 charts at your conference I think are really great that if maybe you can send to Tia to share.
Sure.
One was the change in House and Senate makeup over the last 8 years. And when you look at that, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's like a 30-40% change.
Yeah, but only a third of the House was there 8 years ago.
Yeah, so if you can
And
send.
only 51% of the Senate, and
Oh.
overall 36%. Yes, I'll get you that slide.
And then the other one you did was just the kind of the continuing resolution dates and the
Yes.
debt limit dates. And,
Which is in 2 days.
Yes, so I think that chart was just fantastic of kind of laying
Yes,
things out.
I'll
So
get you that
maybe
as well.
share that through Tia, that'd be great.
Can I say one other thing? Since I know that many of you talk to local housing authorities and local governments, the U.S. Census is starting preparations for 2020. And right now they are trying to do the local update of census addresses, which is very important for sending out those initial sort of census counts. Those census counts are, of course, the basis for redistricting. And we really want to get 100% sort of involvement in as much advanced census preparation as we possibly can. So the Department of Finance, with our state data center, is reaching out to locals to try and encourage them to participate in this program and to help make census as smooth as possible so that in case census budgets get cut, for example, then Californians will be counted. We also just recently hired a census coordinator. So if any of you have interest in census, then please get in touch with me and I'll put you in touch with the census coordinator. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to take a break now to have dinner. We'll resume at about 7 o'clock. It's about 10 after 6. I'll let Tia tell us where we're having dinner. But before we do that, I just want to sort of remind the board that since we are all together, that we cannot discuss any public business or any business of the agency while we're having dinner, since we're all meeting in one room. So where do we go? Somebody?
17 business plan and operating budget. In May of last year, the board adopted the current business plan, which was designed to leverage off of the positive momentum established by our lending programs in fiscal year 15-16. We're happy to report that the agency's mid-year results and revised projections for the remainder of the fiscal year are positive and reflect healthy growth for both our lending programs as well as the agency as a whole. By way of review, the agency's current business plan consists of 4 primary goals. First, to increase the agency's future income and equity position by expanding single-family and multifamily lending activities consistent with state housing needs. 2, to continue to improve operational efficiencies through the use of technology, workforce planning, and the implementation of best practices. Third, to collaborate with other housing entities to deliver effective and efficient housing solutions. And 4, to help prevent avoidable foreclosures by providing assistance to eligible homeowners who are with financial hardship and/or significant negative equity. Corresponding to each of the business plan goals is a key strategy identified for achieving the goal. The first key strategy was to generate income via our single-family lending opportunities. For the fiscal year 2016-17, single-family lending targeted $1.01 billion in first mortgage purchases and $48 million in down payment assistance loans. At the mid-year mark, loan volume for first mortgages has already eclipsed $1 billion, and subordinate loans for down payment assistance and closing costs have reached $74.4 million. The higher than expected first mortgage loan volume is a direct result of operational efficiencies resulting from the transition to a new master servicer. Similarly, the jump in subordinate loan volume is also related to operational improvements that allowed the agency to eliminate a backlog of suspended subordinate loans from our lender network, which were cleared for purchase during the first half of the fiscal year. Given the rise in interest rates over the last couple of months, lending volumes have slowed slightly, but the agency expects to reach approximately $1.7 billion in first mortgage lending and $135 million in subordinate lending by the end of the fiscal year. Business plan revenue targets for the single-family programs were estimated to be $8.3 million in fee income. At mid-year, revenues are already at $13.7 million, or 164% of our business plan goal. Earnings on the single-family lending were conservatively estimated at about 60 basis points per loan that we purchased. However, we're averaging closer to a full percentage point on every loan that we're doing. We also generate some income from our subordinate loans as well as the mortgage credit certificates and some other fees like late fees and rate lock fees.
Ms. Gallagher?
Yeah.
You said it's a shift, largely due to the shift in servicer. Is that like clearing a backlog, or is that a sustainable trend, or some combination?
I think from a turnaround time was the biggest thing. We had a lot of trouble getting our volume to pick up because we had such delays and backlogs with our old master servicer. In some cases, we'd have a loan ready for purchase, and it would take us over 2 months to purchase the loan. And so we have a much quicker turnaround time with the current master servicer. It's within, I think, a couple of weeks. So it's made a big difference in our ability to deliver for our lenders, which is much more attractive for them as well.
So can I, and on the single-family lending revenues, you said we're getting a full point, and
Yeah.
so what drives that? Why are we getting more than we had anticipated?
I think the way that we're setting our interest rates and you know, I think Tim will talk a little bit more about it when we get into talking about some of the single-family projections for next year. But I think the way that we're pricing the security is driving, you know, where we were at. We were originally trying to get, you know, just trying to get in the business and trying to get volume to pick up, and as volume has picked up, we've adjusted our rate to get a little bit more spread, and we haven't really seen a decline in volume as a result of that. So we're trying to take advantage of that and make as much money as we can, knowing that the mortgage cycle is typically cyclical. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Additional mid-year updates for our single-family programs include implementation of program changes and enhancements to the single-family lending platform, which, as I mentioned, reduced our suspension rates on subordinate loans and streamlined operations. These changes, again, helped alleviate that backlog that we had, so we were able to buy a whole, I think we had anywhere from 90 to 120-day backlog on some of our purchases of the subordinate loans, so it was a big change for us internally to get that taken care of. Another major improvement to the program was the successful transition to the master servicer. And to Eileen's point, it really improved our turnaround times from a review, purchase, and securitization standpoint. Similarly, the next key strategy was to generate income via multifamily lending opportunities. The multifamily programs division targeted $545 million in lending activity and $13.2 million in revenue for fiscal year 16-17. At mid-year, with the increase in interest rates and the uncertainty in the tax credit market, multifamily lending activities and revenues are trailing our original expectations. The program has closed thus far $225.7 million to finance 1,130 units of affordable housing. However, despite the fact that it's a little slower than we anticipated, we are optimistic, and our current pipeline of loans set to close in the second half of the year, we believe is going to substantially improve our production for the fiscal year. We expect to finish the year with about 491 in loan volume, or about 90% of the business plan goal. And that alone would represent $127 million more volume than last fiscal year. Similarly, revenues are expected to reach $11.5 million, or about 87% of our business plan goal.
When you do these, would you be able to maybe do like a subtotal to the left or something like
Sure.
that?
Yep.
And then why, can you explain again why you are so optimistic if you're halfway through the year, you're gonna go from?
Because we have about 34 loans in the pipeline, and Tony will go over the pipeline with you
Okay.
at the end, that the majority, not all, but the majority are set to close before the end of the fiscal year. So that's the reason for the optimism. Okay, additional mid-year updates for multifamily include the implementation of CalHFA's Special Needs Housing Program, which was designed to serve as a bridge for localities until HCD's No Place Like Home program is up and running. At this point, 10 counties have elected to participate in that program, and they've allocated about $61 million to the program thus far. Staff have also been actively working to develop partnerships with community development financial institutions and local governments to create programs for addressing the affordable housing needs of our missing middle. Additionally, we have restructured the multifamily lending division to add a credit officer, as well as organize them into lending teams to make the underwriting process more efficient and the loan closings more efficient, and to provide more quality control in the lending process with that addition of a credit officer. We've also piloted the use of tablets in our asset management division to improve the efficiency and timeliness of our inspection reporting, and completed initial discussions with the USDA Rural Housing Assistance Division to provide loan guarantees on CalHFA financing of affordable rental units in rural communities. Another key strategy under Goal 1 was to strengthen the agency's financial position by expanding credit facilities and maximizing return on equity. In the first 6 months of the fiscal year, the agency became the first housing associate to borrow from the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. And this participation, or this partnership, has provided a $100 million credit facility for our single-family lending program. With that very favorable credit facility in place, we've strategically purchased agency-generated mortgage-backed securities to incrementally improve return on equity for the agency. And we also hope to expand the relationship with FLUB in the coming year to include a credit facility for our multifamily programs. There was very limited rating agency activity in the first half of the fiscal year. However, Moody's did upgrade the agency's home mortgage revenue bond indenture and CalHFA's overall issuer credit rating from A2 stable outlook to A2 positive outlook, noting the agency's stable and profitable financial position, as well as its strong management team. And I want to emphasize that last part. So under Goal 2, key strategies under Goal 2 included increasing operational efficiencies and enhancing agency-wide data integration and reporting. To this end, our Human Resource Department is actively participating in CalHR's Workforce Planning Pilot Program with the goal of having a completed workforce development plan by the end of the fiscal year. Staff in our Business Services Unit have piloted an electronic workflow process for procurement documents to streamline processing of procurement. And once completed, we expect that this project will also it's going to also have a broader application, I think, agency-wide for us to streamline other processes. Similarly, our legal department is in the process of standardizing multifamily lending documents using HotDoc software. On completion of this project is expected by the end of the fiscal year, and it also has the potential for a broader application agency-wide. We've consolidated some off-site storage in both Culver City and Sacramento, and I'm kind of the adage that every little bit helps. By doing that, we're saving another $22,000 a year operationally, and we're continuing with a project that has been in play for a couple of years now that's reducing our overall storage that we have as an organization and getting everything electronic and digital, but it's probably a 5-year project to get everything scanned and organized in an electronic manner. Our Fiscal Services Division is in the process of completing an upgrade of the agency's general ledger and is evaluating implementation of additional modules to automate and streamline existing processes and improve financial reporting. And lastly, we've hired some asset management chiefs in Culver City and Sacramento, which has given some management continuity to that area of our organization, which has not had chiefs or anybody in those roles for quite some time. So that was something that we thought was a good improvement. In the area of developing long-term strategies to monitor and mitigate enterprise risk, staff have completed a variety of risk and vulnerability assessments regarding IT controls and system vulnerability and developed corrective action plans where needed. Additionally, we've implemented an information security awareness program agency-wide and updated and tested our business continuity plan. The agency is also an active participant in the State Leadership Accountability Act annual risk assessment process. Another major accomplishment is the establishment of a Director of Enterprise Risk Management and Compliance, which was authorized in last year's legislative session. And we are currently in the process of having a salary study done to establish the salary range for the position so that we can begin the recruitment for that position. Lost my mouse here. There we go.
So is
Yes.
Culver City open?
It is,
And we're gonna keep it open?
yes. I think we currently have about 20 staff down there. With respect to increasing opportunities to meet California's, wait, where am I at here? Sorry about that. I'm sorry. With respect to increasing opportunities to meet California's affordable housing needs, CalHFA has worked collaboratively with HCD and other state partners on the statewide housing assessment, the development of the No Place Like Home program, the Veterans Housing and Homeless Prevention Program, HUD Section 811 Project Rental Assistance Program, and the Home TBRA program. And for many of these programs, the collaboration efforts will continue throughout the remainder of the fiscal year and beyond. For Goal 4, agency efforts to maximize the use of Keep Your Home California's hardest hit funds, the agency continues to promote and administer a very successful program that has helped thousands of Californians stay in their homes. The program has been so successful that Treasury allocated an additional $383 million in hardest hit funds to our program on June 1st, 2016. As it stands, the total allocation of hardest hit funds to Keep Your Home California is $2,358 million. Through December 31st, 2016, the program has assisted 65,544 households, and there are 3,858 families currently going through the process to get assistance at the mid-year point. So before I move into the mid-year budget, are there any more questions on the business plan update? Hearing none? Okay. At the same time that the board approved last year's business plan, you also approved our annual 2016-17 operating budget, which includes an expected resource budget of $65.2 million and an expenditure budget of $41.7 million. At December 31st, 2016, resources are $20 million or 62% ahead of mid-year projections, and operating expenses are $1.8 million or 9% below mid-year projections. Agency resources are trending higher than usual, or higher than originally anticipated, due primarily to the release of earthquake insurance reserves, accelerated loan repayments, increased fee income from our single-family lending programs, and from unexpected multifamily loan prepayments. The release of the insurance reserves and the increase in loan repayments are the direct result of the higher than expected prepayment speed of the loan portfolio. When we built the budget, we had conservatively estimated that the portfolio would pay off at about 6% annually. It in fact is turning at probably 3 times that level. So that's really driven a huge number of resources coming back to us in the form of refinances or prepayments on single family.
I have a question about that.
Mhm.
Long-term, what is the impact of the loans prepaying faster than we've projected?
Well, I think, we will end up with a lot more cash a lot quicker, but we're also got a depleting asset base that is not being backfilled by single-family loans because of our current use of the TVA model. So again, that's a big driver too as to why we moved to try to make as much spread as we can on our production because the model has completely shifted. We no longer have that long-term annuity in place. And so then the idea is, while that depletes, we make as much money and stockpile cash as we can, and then at the same breath, multifamily, should it pick up, will be adding to the balance sheet. And then we can use other tools that, Tim can go into at either tomorrow or later today, that are strategies that we may employ in the future to kind of get a little bit more of that annuity income or spread. Okay. Our fee income has also outpaced expectations due to the increase in single-family lending activity and the fact that the program is earning, again, about 100 basis points per loan purchased. And finally, the unanticipated prepayment of a multifamily loan and its corresponding yield maintenance payment resulted in about $4.7 million of unexpected revenue. The operating budget is trending 9% under budget at mid-year due primarily to salary and benefit savings from vacancies, increased reimbursements for staff resources from other state agencies, and cost savings from professional service contracts. The salary and benefit costs make up about 71% of the operating budget, and it provides both for permanent and temporary staff positions. The fiscal year 16-17 budget authorized full-time equivalent positions of 273.6 full-time equivalents. 266 of those were permanent employees, and 7.6 were temporary positions. At mid-year, salary costs are trending 7% under budget due to the increase in vacant positions from employee retirements and separations. At mid-year, the agency had 33 vacancies with 6 positions in various stages of the recruitment process. While we anticipate that some of the current vacancies may be eliminated in the 17-18 budget process, we intend to balance any reductions with the long-term needs of the organization. That's why I mentioned earlier in the presentation that it's imperative that we get, a solid workforce planning plan in place so that we can strategically make sure that we're addressing both the succession planning needs of the organization and even the immediate needs of the organization, key areas. But we're trying to be very methodical about it. as we approach it.
So, Dawn, I mean, I think that speaks to our earlier point and, Madam Chair's question around, you know, the ongoing annuity that we anticipated and the fact that that's now dropping off because we're getting more cash today. So, one of the things that maybe strategically we need to think about as a board is supporting your efforts, Tia, around aligning staff and staff teams to kind of even, just to break even, bottom line where, you know, the cost of running the programs is being taken care of by the programs themselves, as opposed to additional income that we have traditionally gotten from either paybacks or from, you know, other fees collected. So just how we reassessed and realigned the work that we were doing with counties around the supportive housing projects, you know, can we make sure that we align that on the single-family side and then moving forward on the multifamily side? So that every group basically has an income source that's independent of needing, you know, the operating budget to support it.
And I think we've been working really diligently internally to try to align our staff resources where the needs are from a business standpoint, and trying to kind of, we call it a realignment. So we've been realigning internally as best we can. But I think as we're hiring or considering hires from the outside, we want to make sure that it lines up, you know, much to the way you just described it, and that it meets the need and that there's resources there to cover those resources.
Thank you.
On the reimbursements for staff services from HCD and Caltrans are slightly higher than originally anticipated, and the costs of our professional services are substantially under budget. Many of the professional service contracts have not been utilized this year so far, or are scheduled to be used in the second half of the fiscal year. So we'll see it adjust as we go. But overall, CalHFA's operating budget is projected to come in at about $38.2 million for the year, which is well within the $41.7 million that you guys approved back in May. I also, you know, if you notice, both from a staffing standpoint and an operating budget standpoint, we've been steadily, you know, reducing the operating budget as we go, as it makes sense to do so. At some point, you know, we're going to hit a point where there's really, it's a diminishing return to do that. But I think right now we're still trying to find that sweet spot, so we're still continuing to tick away at it. Any questions on the operating budget? Okay. Now that you've heard from the panel of speakers earlier, and you've received an update from us on the mid-year business plan and projections and the operating budget and its projections for the rest of the year, staff want to give the board an opportunity to talk about some possible initiatives for 2017-18. We, as a senior management team, began meeting, and we had a series of 3 meetings over January and February, in which we, you know, kind of put together our initial thoughts on the 2017-18 business plan as it related to the lending programs, revenue targeting, that type of thing. And during the course of that, we also generated some possible new initiatives for the coming year that we thought would be really helpful to get input from the board on. Some of those are listed on the PowerPoint here, which is the idea of pursuing a program for the multifamily, programs for the missing middle and high-cost areas, evaluating opportunities around our naturally occurring affordable housing developments, evaluating home ownership as it aligns with the state's housing needs, how best CalHFA can work in the space of financing accessory dwelling units, expanding home ownership opportunities for veterans, and development of new multifamily partnerships with local governments and CDFIs. Obviously, we're open to other things that you guys want to talk about as well, but to maybe kick it off and to talk about some of these, I'm going to ask Tony Sertich, our Director of Multifamily Programs, as well as Tim Sue, our Director of Finance, and currently acting Director of Home Ownership, to come and talk about these initiatives for 2017-18, possible initiatives, I should say.
Thank you, and I'm glad everyone's still, up straight after that discussion, so. The first thing I wanted to go through was a little, I know Preston had a good question, just dig in a little deeper to the, what's been going on for the last 6 months or 9 months, I guess, 8 months, and what we expect coming forward on the multifamily lending programs. As Dawn's presentation clearly showed, we are lagging behind our expected production for the first 8 months of this year. Some of that was we got off to a little slow start. I think I gave a presentation in November or December to the board, sort of detailing some of the issues. With the problems in the tax credit market and over the last few months, some of our loans that we expected to close have been delayed a bit. We still expect them to get done, but they are being pushed out in the pipeline a little bit. But so far this year, we've closed 13 loans. When we look at the conduit, that's not really loans that we're closing. That's really bonds we're issuing and someone else is funding the loan. But the majority of our units, or at least the majority of our units and the dollar amount for the production that we're showing does come from our conduit program. We had 3 very large deals that we issued bonds for in last summer and fall. However, those don't drive the revenue numbers very much. The revenue is really driven by our lending programs. But we have funded over 500 units through our lending programs. And the other big thing that we have made revenue on that will bring in more revenue in the future is our special needs housing program. 10 counties have contributed over $56 million, which has brought in over $2 million of revenue to the agency. Now, looking at this next slide, this gets directly into Preston's question earlier about why our expectations for the next few months are so much greater than what we have done. And that really is because after closing our first FFB risk share loan in August, our pipeline has really taken off tremendously. We now have 28 loans under the FFB program that we expect to close in the next several months. Not all of this will be closing in this fiscal year, but by the end of the calendar year, all of these that will close should be closed, totaling over $200 million. We also have another 12 conduit loans for almost $300 million, and a large amount of MHSA and special needs housing program loans in the pipeline that will support severely mentally ill residents of California. So this pipeline is what we have. Not all of these loans will close with us, but I would guess probably somewhere between 70 and 90% will close with us. So I'm very excited about the pipeline that we've built, but like I said, it's just taking a little longer to get these closed in today's marketplace. I'll stop there. Is there any questions about the pipeline or anything we have in there at this point? Okay.
So your pipeline takes into consideration the drop in the tax credit pricing that we've seen?
Yes. One thing I should go over a little bit is why I think our pipeline has in some ways been a little more immune than most to the tax credit pricing because of the terms of our FFB loan product. It's a 40-year fully amortizing term at very low rates. So in a lot of cases, our permanent loan has been brought in to fill some of the gap that's been created by the tax credit pricing. So whereas we've seen some loans get delayed or some loans in some cases not being able to close because of the tax credit issue, we've also seen other developers come to us and say, hey, we have this problem. We think your loan program can help solve that problem.
Okay.
I think there was earlier when Michael Novogradac was speaking, there was this idea that a lot of the tax credit equity providers are coming in now and assuming sort of worst case scenario of putting escalators into the deals. So they may price it at, say, we'll give you 90 cents, but if tax rates don't go all the way to 20%, then maybe they just go to 25 or 28, we'll give you more at conversion. One of the ideas that we've been kicking around a little bit is to help with our soft loans, help fill some of that gap, but we will get the repayment if that
So like a
that,
tranche A,
that
tranche B.
escalator, yeah, it'll be a soft loan, but we'll get it back if that escalator kicks in. And if not, it will just sit on as a residual receipts loan for the rest of the period.
Wow.
So that's something we've been kicking around to help get these deals through and get them closed.
Okay. And then of your pipeline deals, the 64 loans, how many are new construction projects versus acquisition rehab projects?
So I don't have the exact number, but I can give you where those loans would fall on the permanent takeout line there, the 18 loans.
Okay.
Some percentage of those, say somewhere between 25 and 75% will be new construction. And then the MHSA and special needs housing program loans on the bottom, a good majority of those are new construction as well that we're helping fund. So I don't know the exact number, but I would say probably somewhere between 15 and 25 of those would be new construction.
Let me just add too, that we made a business decision that CalHFA wouldn't necessarily be doing construction lending,
Right.
that we would be acting as a perm takeout lender, and that we would be partnering with banks and others to be able to bring in that construction financing. And so I just wanted to remind the board that we had made that business decision.
But we are doing a lot more
Conduit.
lending on the construction, on new construction deals with this permanent takeout program than we did with our old AC rehab program, which obviously, when we had to be in from the beginning to the end, we weren't funding any
But
new
we
construction.
mitigate our risks by, yeah.
And also, I expect this pipeline only to increase after our big rollout, as Tia talked about yesterday at Housing California, or last week at Housing California. There was a lot of positive feedback, a lot of developers as well as construction lenders coming and talking to us about our program, and very excited about it. So it was a very positive experience.
So I'm kind of struggling when I toggle back and forth between your actuals and your pipeline. And what I'm struggling with is, it seems like the revenue as a percentage of dollar amount kind of fluctuates a lot. And so what's the basis of revenue generation for?
So this revenue generation, I should have pointed this, is on the multifamily side, it's a very different model than what we have on the single-family side. So on the single-family side, we're getting the fees up front, and then we sell the security off. On the multifamily side, we're holding these loans on our balance sheet and earning a spread over time. We're earning a little up front, 1 point, and then we earn a spread over time. However, some of that new revenue that we're generating is offset by a reduction in the yield maintenance that we provide if you come back to us as a lender. So some of the loans, the reason the percentages don't match is it really depends on where the loan is coming from. If it's coming from the outside, if it's a new loan coming to us, we're not offsetting it with any revenue that we may be losing by letting an existing loan pay off early and re-syndicate or recapitalize. If it's coming from the inside, there's some offset on that. So I was looking at that earlier, and I noticed these percentages as a whole range anywhere from 3 or 4% up to about 10%. And it really just depends on the loan makeup.
And so the pipeline revenue really is you've looked at each deal and you've calculated it.
It's a present value of the expected revenue going forward. So getting back to Delilah's point about trying to justify our salaries based on, or our salary structure based off our revenue, I think it's, the work we do up front for this is paying for some percentage of our salaries for 20 years or 15, 20 years on these loans. And so if we earned the same amount for 20 years, we'd be doing really well
Yeah.
if we cover our salaries for each of those years. I'm sorry, any other questions about the pipeline or yes?
I know that we talked about our money being more on the back end as opposed to the front end, but I'm just wondering with the new around LIHTC businesses, if that's something that we want to revisit.
I think generally, what we have found in rolling out this permanent takeout loan program is that construction lenders will lend as long as they know they're going to be taken out. And so if we guarantee a takeout at the end of construction, whether it's with a first lien loan or a second lien loan or both, they'll be comfortable lending that amount out as long as it fits within their general box of the loan to value and such. So I think the key, and usually the tax credit equity doesn't, most of it doesn't come in until conversion to permanent anyway. So that's really where we're find that our sweet spot is in the marketplace. We do have an acquisition rehab loan program where we will come in up front and provide that short-term lending. But as you can see in this pipeline, most developers are perfectly comfortable going elsewhere for that money and using us as the permanent takeout lender.
Good.
And that's our competitive advantage, and we will utilize that. And it keeps our partners happy out in the
Yeah, well, I don't.
in the lending world as well.
I don't want you competing against me. I just, I get it, but I was just
Yeah.
curious if that's.
I mean, but if there's a need for it,
Yeah.
I think we would consider that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you had any conversations or thought about bridging the equity so that the equity could come in much later in a transaction? I know there are a couple of models, Ohio, a couple other
Yeah.
places, which has helped to increase the equity pricing because they are, the equity comes in later so they can maintain yield. while getting reimbursed.
We've thought about that, and we've had that discussion with some people. I think to some extent, it would have to be a pretty robust tool to get from what we've heard, we've had a couple, I've had a couple discussions, but they said unless it becomes sort of more commonplace, a lot of the equity investors in California aren't used to seeing that. But it's something we definitely could explore in order to help increase that. I mean, using some of our subsidy funds. The only other problem is the limited amount of subsidy funds that we have available. I'm not sure that would be the best use of our subsidy funds, but it's definitely something we would consider if it gave us more bang for our buck than doing long-term subsidy loans with this. All right, moving on to some of our initiatives that we have been kicking around a little bit, that Don brought up earlier. I think this is pretty much a list of what he said, but we really are looking into, and I think we're actually very close to developing an effective missing middle lending program. That really, and along those lines, a big focus of that lending program would be the naturally occurring affordable housing. So apartment complexes that serve 60 to 100% AMI residents, but don't have those formal restrictions on them, really placing formal restrictions on those so that they remain affordable for a longer period of time, especially in gentrifying areas and more urban areas. And how we're doing this and creating a few other efficiencies in our programs is to build the partnerships to expand our lending opportunities. And I'll get into that in a second. Let me first focus on a program, and I'm not sure how much you can see about this, but this was a program that we were working on with a large, maybe the largest, the largest city in the state. And this is something that I know they're looking to roll out to their council pretty soon as well. So the city of Los Angeles has a acquisition financing program called the New Generation Fund that they are having trouble really getting critical mass in terms of using it for a couple reasons. One is they don't have a solid permanent takeout lender to partner with on that. And the second one is this putting restrictions on these NOAA projects require some shallow subsidies oftentimes for people to actually, for the finances to pencil out. So what we have been in talks with them about is helping to solve both of their problems. We know that local governments, LA included, have passed a lot of bond measures recently for housing. So what we have agreed to do with them is create a program where they can do the initial acquisition financing through their New Generation Fund. We would then come in and take them out with our permanent loan, 40-year amortizing debt product. We would also create a small but hopefully effective gap lending pool where we match the funds from LA. This is in the the thought right now is maybe, 2 million each at this point. And we would limit the amount of subsidy provided to each unit to a small amount. To restrict the units at somewhere between restrict them at 80 to 100 AMI in the city of Los Angeles. We thought that this would be a very good model to use in other cities as well, so we're beginning to have those discussions. We're waiting on the city of LA. Unfortunately, the person that we were working with on this just left the city last month, and so we're not necessarily starting over, but it got delayed a little bit in making that happen. I throw this out there. There would be long-term restrictions placed on the property, and the only issue that we have is our risk share program does require, it's not an issue, but it's an extra requirement. It does require that either 20% of the units be restricted at 50% AMI or 40% be restricted at 60% of AMI. So I'll open the discussion here and see if anyone has any questions or comments on this program.
Could, the NOAA gap lending pool with matching funds, so could you explain again, this would be from our discretionary funds that we would put into a pool?
Yeah, we would match the idea for the city of LA on this case, we would each put in $2 million, so there'd be a $4 million pool that would then provide shallow subsidies to these projects to restrict the units.
And would be recoverable on sale or refinancing?
Correct. It would be residual receipts loans.
Okay, so well down the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I guess I'm a little biased because I'm from Los Angeles, and, at the Affordable Housing Commission, we've been looking at this issue for a very long time, and I know national developers are always trying to figure out how to look at not only the working poor, but the working class in a lot of the gentrifying cities. So I actually really commend the staff for trying to figure this out. And it looks like a complicated chart, but the way you explain it is very simple. And it uses local partnerships, both on the private side and on the public side, to accomplish this. So congratulations on coming up with a model. And as you need help in the city of LA, please continue to reach out and let us know. Even though there is a personnel change there that just happened last week, the reality is that this runs throughout the entire organization, and everyone there that I've spoken to is supportive of it. So a couple of different things. One is fundamental to this is the concept that there are some expiring use projects that the New Generation Fund wanted to actually look at and focus on from an acquisition rehab standpoint. Are we thinking that this would be available to new construction projects as well, or mostly on an acquisition rehab basis?
I think it would, we could definitely run this on a new construction basis as well. I think the immediate focus of the New Generation Fund was, acquisition and, just turning them around pretty quickly. The idea generally is these wouldn't be for substantial rehab projects. They might need some minor rehab, and there would be, the New Generation Fund would hold them for 6 to 12 months possibly before we took them out. So it'd be a very short time period. But this model could be used for anything. We can theoretically lock our rate and lock our financing in for up to 3 years before we have to close our loan. So we can do it for any of that.
Yeah. No, I think that nationally, this would be, an important highlighted project in a program, a pilot program to be able to roll out in the new construction arena. It will only work if you don't get those $1 million a unit projects, right? You can't fund any of those. But if you have maybe county-owned land or city-owned land, and that's part of the subsidy contribution, this would be a nice equation to be able to, substantiate the gap and be able to move forward on a new construction deal. So,
I think initially we were looking at this as a preservation tool, but I think you're right, it serves as a base model to kind of expand into other opportunities in other areas, surplus properties, et cetera. One of the things we also looked at is if you regulated them to 80% AMI and below, that you potentially could also use the property tax exemption to fill some of the gap. And so that you could cost flow. And so that was one of the things that we looked at as well.
Right, or you can do a concept of tiering where, you know, like the new LIHTC bill allows you to do tiering, so that you can do an average affordability of 60. You could end up achieving that same thing. It won't get you the property tax exemption on each of the units that don't meet that 80% test, but it's still a good concept. So you know, again, this is potentially a national model, and I know a lot of private developers are trying to work in this space, so.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of where my question goes. Ever been done before, and is it scalable?
To Delilah's point about a lot of developers interested in this, I've had several developers talk to me and to the agency about doing something like this, utilizing the property tax exemption, utilizing possibly some shallow subsidies to do this, in even in the Bay Area, you know, in a lot of high-cost areas as well. I think there is a growing interest in the coastal areas, the very high-cost areas, in meeting some of these needs of this missing middle. So there's, I think even some of the larger nonprofit affordable developers are interested in doing deals like this. So I think it's very scalable.
One of the things we wanted to take on as the state's affordable housing bank is making sure that we were working in a fashion that was complementary to our sister agency, HCD. And one of the issues that has come up with the legislature is getting resources, or diverting resources, state resources, to 60% to 80% AMI. And so we wanted to go to work internally to see, as the state's affordable housing bank, is there some way that we could fill in that gap or stand in the gap so that we weren't taking away from precious resources from the most vulnerable, so that we could serve in a complementary fashion to our sister agency, so that we could focus those limited state resources in those areas to where they are most needed.
So I'm struggling, because I had to look up NOAA, and I see that came from Terwilliger, and I read about it. So I'm struggling with missing middle and NOAA being on the same page, because NOAA's supposed to have no subsidy, right? So,
Correct. NOAA, I mean, the idea is a lot of the naturally occurring affordable housing, the NOAAs, over time, go away. In a lot of, gentrification.
right. So anyway, so that's just one
Yeah.
comment. 'Cause
So I mean, it's really converting the naturally occurring affordable housing to restricted affordable housing, long-term restricted affordable.
Eliminating the threat around it.
Correct.
Okay, and then, so now I'm gonna speak for the Valley. So the Valley, if you go from Stockton down to Bakersfield, market rate housing is, they can't produce it, right? When you look at, I wish we were San Diego, where we're struggling with, because we have a lot of high and low, but no middle, but we have like no high-income housing either. So I'm just kind of curious if
I have to say,
that's something that could be looked at as well.
no, there's been a lot of interest, actually, in a lot of ways, deals like this are much easier in the Valley. There's a deal in Fresno we're sort of looking at now, because of this property tax exemption can actually fill a lot of the gap. I'm not sure, because the market is between 80 and 100, so just restricting it at 80, will fill that gap between the market and the restriction. So in some ways, that doesn't require the subsidy that we're putting in on these in most cases. And I think Fresno is one of the higher cost areas in the whole range that you mentioned in the Valley. So I think there's different ways of doing it in different parts of the state. And so this model may look slightly different. I think this is more of a urban coastal model, whereas the more suburban or inland areas may look very different in terms of how this model works. But I think it's doable throughout the state.
We did pitch this to some of Barbara Lee and Maxine Waters, so the Bay Area and Los Angeles, because they are really interested in anti-displacement measures. And so while we were thinking about this internally, how do we get at this missing middle and high-cost areas? How do we protect NOAAs? How do we prevent displacement measures in transitioning neighborhoods? This model was really to fill that kind of gap, is where we saw the need and where everybody was talking about, and that's how we came up with this, was to meet multiple goals. Serve the missing middle, have NOAAs, or play in the marketplace to where you need shallow or little subsidy, and get out anti-displacement measures in transitioning neighborhoods.
Madam Chair. I'm trying to reconcile something in my own mind, not being a housing person, just being a bond, body, and fender guy. And I'm thinking about what we heard from the economist in the Department of Finance about the column, the population distribution, the graying of our population, and the profound changes that have occurred in the last 35 years. And perhaps my point of view is dependent on where I sit age-wise, but I look at that and think, how does this, your strategy here, address that columnar age distribution, particularly with respect to affordability for seniors, if at all? And what is it that the HFA can do that would improve that situation so that we don't have that population retiring into poverty because of high rents?
I mean, I think in a direct fashion, you know, this could help people, you know, age where they are without having the risk of being gentrified out of their neighborhoods or out of their specific homes that they're in. You know, in a larger fashion, if we're producing more affordable housing, whether it's, you know, tax credit affordable or whether it's 80 or 100% AMI affordable, we're creating more affordable housing for everyone. I don't think this in and of itself is directly targeted at seniors, but we know that there are affordable housing for families, there's affordable housing for seniors, there's special needs housing, so there's a lot of different groups that are targeted by that. And I think this could be developed for families or for seniors in the same way that the general affordable housing could be restricted to those groups, but.
Thank you.
All right. And one last slide, and I just wanted to walk through a sampling of the partnerships that we've created on the multifamily side of our shop over the last several years. This doesn't even go over our several state partners that we have from HCD and TCAC and CIDLAC, who you've heard from tonight, Department of Healthcare Services, Department of Developmental Services. We've had talks with the Strategic Growth Council and the State Teachers Retirement System about partnering in different ways. But on the federal government level, you know, that's sort of the basis of our new loan programs is working with HUD, the Federal Financing Bank, it's an arm of U.S. Treasury, in terms of creating this permanent loan program we have, as well as was mentioned earlier that we're talking with USDA Rural Assistance about developing a similar relationship that we have with HUD to serve the more rural areas of the state. We have formed, we're strengthening our relationship with more commercial banks with our permanent takeout lending program. They really, most of them really like doing the short-term debt, don't appreciate the permanent debt as much, but so we will partner with them, use our strengths, use their strengths. And as was just shown, local government partnerships are a key to moving forward as well, whether it's this naturally occurring affordable housing financing, creating subordinate debt pools together, as well as our conduit issuance program, where we separate ourselves from most conduit issuers. You know, so there's really 3 sets of conduit issuers in the state. There's the localities who issue within their locality. There's the joint powers authorities who issue pretty much statewide for locals, and then there's Cal HFA. We're the only sort of statewide issuer that has a statewide focus or ability to issue statewide. But what we try to do with that is we are partnering with locals. We are reaching out to locals on every deal that comes our way to see if they have any issues, to see if they have any concerns with the deals. I have to say that generally they're happy to work with us. We have had one issue where they did not want us to issue, but it was pretty much for NIMBY reasons, and so we're moving forward with that issuance. But we did reach out to them and had a good discussion with them about why we're doing it. It met the statewide housing goals, and so we're continuing to move forward with that deal. And then the last partnership, which in some ways has become, I think, an opportunity that I didn't really know about or see when I came into this position, was partnering with CDFIs. There are several CDFIs throughout the state that have a housing focus and have very mission-based goals. So we are partnering with them on this same sort of acquisition financing model that we're working with the city of LA on, trying to work with them throughout the state. There's a few of them. There's Century Housing down south, Silicon Valley Housing Trust in the Bay Area. There's a few others that I've begun discussions with to work with them to create these acquisition funds so that we can take them out with our permanent loan program. And then the other thing we've talked to, at least we've talked to one large CDFI about and opened the discussion with a few others, is using them as delegated underwriters for our permanent loan program so that we can expand our pool and really get these great financing terms out in the marketplace in a broad way. Ultimately, HUD looks to us for the guarantees and everything, so we would have to do the underwriting. The loans would still come to you as a board. We would review the underwriting, and we would own the loan long-term. The loans would still come to the board, but they could do a lot of the front-end work and ensure that the loan meets our standards.
If I can just, I was just gonna say, bravo, brava. That's so long overdue. The CDFIs in California make up they have more money than most regional banks. And so bravo to the staff to really thinking outside of the box, really shows a lot of innovation and ingenuity. And I'm just happy to be, that's my world. So I'm just happy that we are actually tapping into that resource.
How would the delegated risk sharing, well, ditto, but how would the delegated risk sharing underwriting work? Are you trying to market to more people and that's why you want to use?
I mean, it's sort of, I think, twofold. One is the marketing point of view. Some CDFIs out there have connections, have relationships that we can leverage. And then the second is a capacity issue. We can only grow so quickly and so much internally, so if we can have others help us out with doing the upfront underwriting, and then we bring it in to do the credit review and ensure that all of our standards are being met, then we can grow the program in a big way.
So I would only advise, relative to that you also look at it from a true risk sharing, so that they're taking on some of the risk of the borrowers and looking at the borrowers, because CDFIs are very relationship-based, and I think that that's an area that we could really benefit from. They have the deeper relationships with developers and nonprofits, and so if we can get them to buy the risk associated with that versus the risk of underwriting the loan,
And I think
it could really help us.
Yeah, and when I say risk share, I meant that's sort of the FHA risk share program we have with HUD, is what I'm talking about there. But
Right, but
I
I'm saying
agree.
in the other way,
And I get what
you
you're
know,
saying,
from
and
an
we've had those
underwriting standpoint.
discussions. I think that's gonna take a little longer to get to, but we may get there.
Right.
I think one of my concerns there is, and maybe Tina sort of quelled my fears a little bit, is just making sure that they have the resources to retain, because the risk would be to us. HUD's still gonna look at us, and if we're passing it on, I think it would become a chain of risk, and we would still need to
Right.
make sure that we're comfortable with everything.
Right.
But that is something that we've thought about and had those discussions.
Okay.
And we would have to go through certain processes to make sure that that would work. Like, we'd have to have a quality assurance plan, and how are we measuring the risk, how are we setting the pricing, and all of that would have to be run through HUD, and they'd have to buy off on all of that as
Oh, I
well.
see.
Yeah, it's not imminent, but hopefully we can get it done sooner rather than later.
Any further questions? I take it we kind of have this is consensus that this is a good way to move forward, and I assume we'll see more of this in the next,
Yeah, I mean,
next
as
business
these
plan.
programs actually get rolled out, I think the first one hopefully that will roll out is that partnership with the city of LA. Hopefully, maybe next board meeting even, we can have a discussion about
Great.
that.
Oh, that's terrific.
Are there any other general ideas that the board would like me or staff to look at regarding our multifamily lending program?
I guess
I just
even-
want to amplify, I mean, with the naturally occurring affordable housing, we are suffering incredible losses in the San Diego region. So again, kudos. I think this is something we really need, and encourage you to keep being creative.
Yeah.
So I struggle, I love this page, so, but I struggle with coming up with other ideas without knowing like what's the dollar amount that can go into initiatives, right?
With
So-
unlimited funds, Preston.
Unlimited, that's right. Yeah, so I'm trying to, yeah. Anyways, just bring that up to you, Tia, to think about, to help us frame it, of like, what are we talking about? Is it the 2 million that's going to LA? Is that kind of like the pot, or what is it that you're really talking about?
We would not spend all our money in one place like that, Preston.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Tim is going to kind of outline some of the money pieces for you that might help you to frame it, Preston.
Before we move off of the presentation that Don made on the budget, he referred facetiously to the role of management in this, but I would just point out to my fellow board members that actually that management piece is critically important in a business-type activity like this in the rating process. So to the extent that any agency that's in a business-type activity, as the HFA is, management really does matter in the rating. And I just want to publicly acknowledge that, Tia, to you and the fine work your staff have done in that regard. It shows, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, I guess I had one more slide I can go through quickly about our asset management, what we're doing, but,
You get applause, you need to.
yeah, I know. I wanted to let Tim calm down a little bit. I didn't want him to go right out to the applause. But I don't think there's anything too exciting here. I think the one thing I will mention is that SIDLAC has released new regulations, and we're going to have to do some work, so there will be some issues about our bond issuance policy and compliance policies that will be coming to the board in the next few months to comply with SIDLAC's new regulations on the asset management and bond issuance side.
Thank you, Tony.
How much money do we have?
Make it through this?
Actually, Tia, that's not until tomorrow. I wasn't going to talk about money today directly. Since I'm the last to go, and as you know, this is actually my first time presenting to the board as the head of the single-family program. So I feel a little bit like, I know Jonathan is always dying for one of my poor sports analogies. I feel like a relief pitcher coming to a winning game. And I always thought that was one of the best jobs because I get all the credit. Yes, I can. That's true. Let's see how I do tonight. I'm going to talk about two things today. First, I'm going to cover why we do homeownership. And I think that we tend to come to the board piecemeal about little things that we're doing on homeownership. And so I'm going to try to see if I can try to sort of encapsulate everything we do in homeownership in a short presentation. And we'll cover things like why we do it, who do we serve, where do most of our loans go, and why do borrowers come to CalHFA? Because I think those are things that we talk about over time, but if we talk about it, I think sort of together in a short period of time, you can see how these pieces are all tied together. And then and that's sort of the first part. And the second part, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the ideas that we have in the pipeline. And these are things that we're thinking about as we go into the next fiscal year. So homeownership, this is a little bit related. I think it just comes from it comes at this issue from a different vantage point. Tony has been talking about this missing middle piece, and we think of homeownership as workforce housing because a lot of our borrowers who are coming to us are at that 100% AMI, if you will. So if you look at this table down below, a little bit more than half of our borrowers that are coming to us are below 100% area median income, and a little bit less than that are actually slightly above. And then since 2013, we have helped about 11,000 working Californians find their first home. So we do find this to be another form of workforce housing for people who are ready for it. And we'll talk about that a little bit because some of the things we learned during the crisis is that we need to have certain precautions and sort of overlays in place to ensure that we're also promoting sustainable housing. And this notion that homeownership as compared to renting, I'm sure that there's a lot of studies out there on how renting sometimes could be more expensive than homeownership, depending on certain areas, of course. So what we try to do is that we try to do an analysis based on our own lending. So this table here is based on our own lending activities in 2015. We're in the middle of trying to updating this for 2016, and I'm hoping to present that to the board later in the year. So what we try to do is that we try to, just take Fresno, for example, since it's on the top of the list. What we try to do is that we try to look at the loans that we made in the Fresno neighborhoods in 2015, the loan size, and we estimated the PITI, the principal and interest, and also taxes and insurance payment for that loan. And what we try to do, and we added a point for maintenance. What we try to do is that we try to compare the cost of carrying that mortgage along with the rent in that same neighborhood, because that's one of the things that we find to be difficult. We don't want to suggest that someone is buying in one neighborhood but renting in a different neighborhood. So this is a little bit tricky to do because, as you know, not all neighborhoods have rental along with homeownership in the same neighborhood. So this does reduce the sample down a little bit. So anyway, but based on what the lending that we did in 2015 in these Fresno neighborhoods in which we're active in, we noticed that our borrowers could actually save 11% on their monthly cash flows, and at the end of the year, since they can deduct some of the mortgage interest, they'll actually realize a slightly higher saving in the neighborhood of 20% or so. So this is an example based on our own data that sometimes in certain neighborhoods, renting is, from a financial point of view, purchasing could actually promote the financial well-being of some of these families. And this is not taking into consideration some of the social economic benefits of homeownership as well. And the population that we serve, so this answers the question of who our borrowers are. The population we serve are the first-time home buyer population of California. And as it turns out, the demographics of the people that we serve, in my opinion, I'm proud to say that we reflect the racial diversity of the state. Some 50% of our borrowers are Hispanic, about 30% are white, and 8% are African American, and 4% are Asian. This particular demographic profile is very different from what you'll notice if you're looking at the overall or general single-family lending profile, in part because, one, the general lending activity will reflect refis, and also the general lending activity reflects a lot of what I refer to as prime lending, meaning that there's a significant down payment so they can avoid, let's say, a mortgage insurance. And we did this analysis recently, and it just kind of took my breath away. We have a significant presence in the first-time homebuyer space in California. We estimated that we financed almost 5% of the first-time homebuyer activity in California last year, which it took my breath away. So I'm not sure if it does the same for you. I feel that it's a presence that is significant and it's difficult to ignore, even in light of the activities at large. And this is a point that I...
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't want you to miss the first bullet either. That should take your breath away as well. Because the most banks would just salivate over those demographics if they could get it. That is Exactly, that is significant, and you deserve applause just for that alone, really. Really.
It's too bad that we can't use CRA credits.
I know.
Can we sell them?
We're trying.
So do you know just roughly like what the California demographics are compared to that, or what the prime lending demographics are? I'm just kind of curious.
It skews a lot more towards the white.
Mhm.
I don't have the exact percentage, but if you're interested, I can line them up next time with the general demographics.
That'd be great. Or,
Yeah, I
just
could do that.
I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah,
'Cause
I
I
can do
agree
that.
with you. I was pretty impressed, so.
Yes. I think it was Mr. Gunning who informed me that last year, the state of California, sometime in March, in which we now have more minorities than there are whites.
Mhm.
Is that sometime in March last year? That we kind of,
Probably before that.
okay.
If you count immigrants.
So,
That's right.
so I'm sorry, and going back to your comment, so I don't know California numbers, but I think 8% African American is about the percentage for Fresno. So it seems to me that maybe that number isn't as successful in terms of loan origination. I don't know what.
Black people are only
That's
6% in
statewide.
California.
Is
That's
it?
very-
Oh,
it's
yeah,
above,
no,
that's
that's-
above percentage.
yeah.
right?
Okay, that's what, because for Fresno, I think it's about equal. I think we're about
Okay.
8%, so that's where I was.
Yeah,
looking.
statewide, it's about
6%.
6%. Yeah, that's significant. We would.
We'd be loving 8%.
Yeah. Thanks.
So on this slide, one of the things I mentioned earlier is that there's actually not too many of the board members who were with us during the financial crisis. I know that Jonathan was with us, and we.
He's not
were-
blaming you.
I was brought in to manage the turnaround.
You did good.
So our single-family lending, we lost a lot of money on our single-family lending activity. So this is something that was very much, I think, on the board's mind too when we reignited, if you will, the single-family lending back in 2013. And this is something that TIA makes us sort of remind us as we're going through certain changes. As you could imagine, because of the affordability issues in the state and across the nation, the credit box is expanding. Even with the GSEs, the credit box is definitely expanding over time. And every step along the way, as the credit box expands, we would think about incorporating those changes onto our programs. And Tia is always there to remind me that, well, what is our overlay, if you will, or what is our additional work we're going to do to mitigate these additional risks? So this is a conversation we have all the time. So what I have in front of you here is some of the things that we have put in place to make sure that we are promoting not just homeownership, but sustainable homeownership. And so, for example, we do require home buyer education. And soon, in less than a couple months, we're going to actually require that counseling piece is going to be part of that equation. So now counseling is not required now. They can actually get counseling in addition to education, but in a couple months, we're going to move towards counseling being a requirement. We also have this home warranty protection plan for a year that we put in place. Many of our borrowers are, they come to us in part because they don't have a lot of savings, but they do have decent credit along with a decent cash flow. But having money in the bank, if the water boiler were to break, is an issue. And we think that we are continuing to be a little bit more prudent on the underwriting side than what the GSE credit box would allow. We have held the DTI to 45%, whereas the Fannie Mae DU underwriting would actually allow you to float up to 50%
DTI depending on certain circumstances. It's not just a blanket 50% DTI, but it could float up to that. But we have held sort of the line of 45.
Didn't we increase that within the last few years? I'm trying to remember. I thought it was a board conversation where we talked about increasing it up to that 45? Is that
Yeah.
correct?
About 2 years ago.
So at some point, we went from 43 to 45.
And what did we see as a result of that? Did you see an uptick in number of applications like you were thinking, or more competition, being more competitive?
A lot of our loans come in at 45% DTI. A lot of our loans come in basically at the edge of what we're allowed. So in terms of DTI, it comes in at 45. In terms of CLTV, it comes in at, let's just say that we're talking about FHA loans. It comes in at 96.5 for LTV, and then they'll get the additional DP, the down payment assistance loans with us to get up close to like 103 or 104. So they basically use as much of our programs would allow, basically. Okay.
That's one of the reasons why we have looking at the home buyer education with the counseling as the requirement, because since we are basically taking it to the limit of the credit box, how do we then mitigate in that risk? And then in talking to, the data and the research people from Fannie Mae, those loans that have the credit, not just the home buyer education, but the home buyer counseling are at lesser risk of default. And so that's why you see us adding in some of these overlays, because we know we're going to the full extent of our credit box. We want to make sure that we can mitigate those risks as well.
So I just was going to second that point. There's a huge amount of, very good research out there on the efficacy of counseling in terms of mitigating the lower creditworthiness of the borrower. And I guess, you mentioned the 620 floor. I know certainly from the HUD at the FHA perspective, spends a lot of time looking at where the FICO scores are coming in and trying to think about how to bring the FICO scores down to the lower end of the credit box from a mission perspective, right? Because many other players, commercial mortgage brokers and folks selling mortgages are really trying to sort of cream at the upper end of those FICOs. And so sort of just like on the previous slide, we were looking at the ethnic breakdown, for example. For me, a key question here is, are we able to serve that lower end of the FICO score that's the less desirable piece? And that's where I feel like we would want to be seeing progress and growth and sort of dropping that down as low as we can go without seeing a commensurate uptick in the delinquency default.
I think what we've been seeing, and I'll let Tim speak to this, is we've actually been seeing a lot higher credit score. And so when we were back east, Mr. Watt informed us that, because right now it's about 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 FHA, 1/3 conventional. But what we're seeing is folks with higher credit scores. And he said he'd like to see more us helping educate those folks with their more conventional loans, as opposed to always pushing those folks in the FHA loan, because those loans in the long term may be more a more affordable loan because they don't have the ongoing mortgage insurance over the life of the loan. And so that's some of the things we want to look at internally, is making sure that our credit-worthy borrowers from a FICO score are going into the conventional loans like they should, and then reaching down and looking at that
So
lower
we're
end.
serving the ones who can't be served
Exactly.
well at the higher end. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's data that you have, I assume, and you could provide, right?
Mm-hmm, we could do that.
Okay.
Actually, I'm chagrined to admit that our minimum now, this is a typo on my part, our minimum now for both FHA and conventional is actually 640. Going to 620 was one of the things that Tia wanted to only do when we have counseling. So right now, I apologize that our minimum FICO score for both sides is actually 640.
He hasn't blown the save yet, though.
There's 2 men on base, I guess.
So so again, I think it's really interesting to think about, what happened a number of years ago with the economic downturn and the impact that had on families and homeowners. And I don't know if there's a way to start tracking kind of decisions made today that over a period of time, we can come back and say, here's what worked and what didn't work. I mean, getting to what you talked about, Ben, is, I mean, do we know, I mean, if you do a bunch of people at 600, do you see a really big uptick in
Defaults?
defaults
Yes.
and that kind
Yes.
Well, I
mean, FICO is an incredibly reliable predictor. I mean, and that is why sophisticated financial institutions that are profit motivated are always trying to push the top of the FICO envelope. But conversely, it seems to me that's why we should be trying to serve that area towards the bottom, again, with all prudence, all appropriate prudence.
So a couple of thoughts on what Tia was saying, that we, if you go back a couple of slides, you will notice that we do serve more borrowers using the FHA product than with the conventional product. But one of the benefits of doing the conventional product is that you can make a one-time payment for mortgage insurance. So one of the things that the conversation we had with the conservator is that, do we need to do more to educate both the lenders and the borrowers to make sure that they understand that the conventional product could actually allow them to make a one-time payment up front, and that could actually be part of the down payment assistance that they get from us to help them make that one-time payment up front and never have to deal with mortgage insurance over the lifetime of the loan. As you know, the insurance on the FHA side is no longer cancelable over the lifetime of the loan. So there's probably a little bit more work for us to do to ensure that, because to Tia's point earlier, that most of our lenders think of our borrower base as FHA borrowers. They don't, it's not clear to me that they're sort of in this mode of always testing to make sure that it can get them through either systems. But so that's something something that we should do more of, to make sure that they understand all the benefits of going on the conventional side. So why do borrowers come to CalHFA? So I think they come to CalHFA for a couple reasons. We, for example, on the FHA side, we do, both on the FHA side and the conventional side, we do allow the borrower to have a higher CLTV than what they can get from their lenders. And that makes a big difference because our down payment assistance is part of the stack of financings that helping them to their first home. So the ability to be able to stack up higher on a CLTV makes a big difference. And this kind of difference between LTV and CLTV is also very prominent too when you think about manufactured housing, where the GSE's requirements have LTV at the same level as CLTV. So that means that they can come to us for help to get them into the home with a loan. So having a higher CLTV is in our space extremely important. And as you know, that our single-family lending programs are conforming loan products now. So that means that we are basically making loans that we can turn around and sell into the mortgage market, either by bundling them into Ginnie Mae's or into Fannie Mae's. We don't get assessed through the HFA Preferred program through Fannie Mae. We don't get assessed what's referred to as a loan level adjustment fee. So that saves a little bit of money for the borrower too with our conventional loans. And last but not least, we also administer the state's down payment assistance program. And at the moment, the branding for that down payment assistance program is called My Home. So that's also a very important piece, so that the borrowers can come to us and get our My Home, which is now at 3.5 points, and they could also finance the closing costs by getting a ZIP loan from us, so that they can meet their down payment requirement with My Home, and they can get ZIP to finance their closing costs. So the last thing here, this is, I guess, a little bit of my pitch here. is that our lending program is highly dependent on this down payment assistance program proceeds that we have, we are administering for the state. And we're projecting that this money will come, well, I guess this money will run out in the middle of 2019 or so. So let me just walk through this chart a little bit because it is something that deserves thinking about. So in salmon color, I think, what you're looking at is the average activities for the last 6 months of 2016. So in the last 6 months of 2016, we were originating about $6.5 million of My Home subordinate loans. And we were also receiving in the form of prepayment. So since these are loans, over time, as people refinance, they pay off. We help them to get into their first homes, and then once they build up some equity, when they pay off for these loans, and it comes back to us. So we were originating about $6.5 million a month, and at the same time, we were getting about $2.9 million of prepayments coming back to us. So what you're looking at in the salmon color is our projection of if we were to maintain that average, which is again what we averaged in the last 6 months of 2016, how fast the money will run out. And in the white columns, what you're looking at is slightly more conservative estimates, meaning that we run at the same clip of origination, but we have a little bit slower in terms of prepayments. And you can see that the money runs out a little bit faster. What you're looking at here too is also purchases. So as you run a program, you tend to have a need to, so said a different way, that despite the fact that we have a little bit of money in June 30 of 2019, you would start to stop taking reservations because loans could come in at a later time. So around that mid-year 2019 is when we would start considering stopping this program.
So, Tim, how much do you think we spend annually on down payment assistance? Or how much supports $1 billion in lending?
So it's about $40 million on each side of the equation.
Okay, so about $40 million in down payment assistance supports about $1 billion in lending?
$40 million of My Home and
Yeah.
$40 million of ZIP.
Okay. So if we were going to do $2 billion in lending, which we are projected to do, that would be about $80 million in My Home.
So I'm on Don's presentation, so it says single-family subordinate lending volume. Isn't that what you're talking about as the down payment? No?
So we account for the down payments assistance loans differently. So the My Home, which is made with the state's money, we count the fee that we're permitted to charge by administering that program for the state. But the $40 million of loans we make under My Home, we don't count that as a loans receivable to the agency because that money goes back to the state. So we only count the half of the loans that we make through ZIP. That make sense? Okay, so the single family program, so let's just take FHA, for example. So FHA requires you can go up to 96.5% on the first lien loan for FHA. So we give the borrower 3.5 points of My Home, okay? And then they are allowed to finance additional subordinate loans for their closing costs. That 3.5 point that goes towards down payment assistance, we take our fee from that for administering the program for the state, but we don't count that 3.5 points as loans receivable to CalHFA because it's the state's money. And we only count the additional subordinate loans that we make as loans receivable to the agency because that, when it does prepay, comes back to the agency.
So I'm just, okay, so I was getting to the number you were trying to get to, because I was looking at 135 million of subordinate lending gets you $1.77 billion in overall single-family lending.
And is that ZIP or is that My Home?
I think
That's
that
both.
number is both, sorry.
So, yeah, that would be
Okay,
about
so-
70 million
Is my home.
and about 70 million is it. And that supported how much? 100 and,
1.77 billion?
right. That's
If I'm reading
similar,
that right?
yeah.
That's
So
correct,
about
yeah.
40 million and 40 million would support $2 billion in lending. So, because that's 1.7, so that's just shy of 2 billion, right? Yeah, so it reconciles.
70 million. Yeah, okay.
Yeah? 35, 35?
Well, it's 135, so it'd be 70 million.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so in that count, I think we're counting both. So I'm sorry, maybe confusing issue. Earlier on, when we're counting revenues.
I think what I was getting to is like, okay, so how much cash do you have? Because isn't that what you're saying? If you want to support $2 billion and you have a dwindling amount of money for the down
Right.
payment, if some funds of the surplus each year is put towards this, what would it generate in revenue?
Right, and so that's what the.
New issue.
So if you look at his chart that shows the dwindling, we have, our My Home is made up of a separate pot of money that is just recycled money that is steadily going down. And so without an ongoing stream of additional money coming in for down payment assistance, that's my point. You don't have the money to support your first-time lending if you're continuing to use that money and you go down without an ongoing revenue stream for down payment assistance.
And I think the key component to that part of the chart is the ZIP product doesn't cost us any cash because it's coming from the rate. So it's the 40 million roughly that we would need to support the billion in terms of real cash that I think Tim was talking about comes from the state funds that we've been administering on their behalf.
So, so we hope to have a dialogue with the state about future funding, replenishment, if you will, of these down payment assistance proceeds, so that we can continue the single family program. So part two of our presentation is to talk a little bit about some of the ideas we have in the pipeline, some of the things that we're doing. I think that on Don's slide, he mentioned something about accessory dwelling units. This is a topic that I think is quite hot among the people who think about housing. And it's something that we've been working on for the last 3 months or so. So just quickly, in last year, there was quite a few bills that were introduced and passed and signed into effect as of January 1st of this year. And in general, quite a few of them reduced barriers, streamlined approval processes, and also expanded the capacity to accommodate ADUs in certain neighborhoods. And I think that something that's also very important that I didn't mention here is that the state legislations also very importantly overrode some of the local ordinances on this topic. So that's also something that's really important because I think that kind of flattens sort of the playing field for all the localities across the state. I'm just citing here some of the good work done by our sister agency ACD that in a recent report ACD put out on ADUs, they enumerated a lot of benefits of ADUs. Here I'm just highlighting three benefits. I must admit I took these almost verbatim from their report. They mentioned that ADUs are a critical form of infill development that can be affordable and offer important housing choices within existing neighborhoods. They mentioned that ADUs allow for different uses and serve different populations ranging from students and young professionals to senior citizens. And ADUs are more affordable and can provide additional income to homeowners. So ADUs, suffice to say, I think that there's a lot of emphasis that this could be like a magical elixir to fix some of our housing issues. And it certainly should be part of the toolkit. Before I talk about sort of our approaches here, structurally and also institutionally, the single family side of Calhfa is wearing a hat of owner-occupied home ownership. We struggle on our side of the house with rental and rent. So this does present sort of a challenge I'm going to talk about in a little bit. And the other thing that becomes a structural issue to think about for ADUs in a single-family space is that, as you know, as I mentioned earlier, that our single-family lending products now are GSE conforming products. So if the GSEs haven't gotten around to thinking about ADUs, then even if we want to do something in ADU space, we can't really get ahead of them. They have to bring it into the guidelines before we could bring it into our guidelines. So those are sort of two structural issues to keep in the back of your mind as I go through some of our approaches. So we decided to look at this in two different ways. One is that there could be existing ADUs that are already built that actually have tenants in them already, which already has rental history. So we looked at our guidelines, and our guidelines at the moment actually do not allow rental income. This speaks to my earlier point about owner-occupied. We do not actually allow rental income to be incorporated as part of your qualifying income. So again, this is sort of the whole notion of owner-occupied. We never really think about what we're doing on a single-family side as something that's motivated by investing. But if you read some of the legislations, there is a little bit of like, well, you could think of this as an investment because you're generating income. And then as you sort of are motivated by the generation of additional cash flows, you're actually housing an additional person in California. So that piece is something that we are noodling over. But having said that, we are in the middle of in the middle of changing systems-wise and program-wise to remove that rental overlay so that we can get to a place from a lending point of view of financing a first lien loan that has an existing ADU with rental history. And that particular outcome is something that right now that Fannie Mae would allow. So we think that is a good outcome, but it's perhaps not getting at the desire, if you will, to create new construction or new ADUs, which is a lot trickier in part from our vantage point, in part because we are using a conforming GSE product. So if the GSEs are not getting their arms around ADUs, let alone these JADUs, which are created by putting a curtain across the room, we need to inform them and educate them about what's going on, and once they have opened up their guidelines to ADUs, then we can sort of follow along. So having said that, what we are thinking about doing to promote new constructions of ADUs is to resurrect a program that we discontinued in a financial crisis. And it's called Housing Enabled by Local Partnerships Program, affectionately known as HELP. So this is a program that we once had with the locals in which we would give them a very favorable loan. Back then, it was a 3% simple interest for 10 years in order to promote the generation of housing. So back then, we were very open about it being either single family or multifamily or new construction or rehab or for a variety of uses. We're thinking about resurrecting the HELP program for the purposes of promoting the construction of ADUs by the locals.
Tim, the locals. Can you define the locals?
Cities.
Cities, okay, thank you.
Yeah, cities, counties.
Other agencies? Other agencies, or just cities, counties, municipalities?
We haven't ruled them out yet. So we're one of the things we had a meeting, I feel, with San Mateo the other day. I felt that was really informative. For example, apparently they are doing surveys to figure out what would incentivize homeowners to possibly do this. And I feel that we can learn a lot from the locals because they have more access to that local information. So we're in the middle. I mean, I think that we're also very open to a longer term loan if we need to do that, or let's say even, the one thing that I think that I'm not sure if we can change though is that we do need it to be in the form of a loan, but if we can certainly make the terms more favorable, but in terms of who can be eligible, I don't think we have ruled anyone out yet.
I'm just having in mind community development corporations, because there have been discussions in some of our older communities about this as a way of helping locals, different meaning of locals, build equity, homeowners in those communities.
I mean, this is certainly one of the mechanisms that you can help seniors stay in their home, right? In Los Angeles, there was a new zoning ordinance that was approved where you can develop, you know, what we affectionately call granny flats. But it's a way to keep aging individuals who are aging in place in their homes while they're building on their property. I think one of the areas that we could look at is local community development corporations that are good local partners, and this might be a way to support their housing development experience and activity during a drying up of the public resources that are out there in the world. So that might be a good area and focus to look at. My concern would be with these ADUs, also kind of mirroring some of the local changes that have been made on Airbnbs and shared housing advantages that I guess some communities have and others don't, right? So I think that we just have to be very cautious about which localities are regulating shared housing opportunities and which are not, and where we support the program development as a result. I'm not one way or the other, I don't care one way or the other, I just think that we have to figure it out.
Madam Chair. I actually am very excited. I think secondary units on properties are a great way to create affordable housing very quickly. I think it was back in 2004, I can't remember when the state passed the secondary unit ordinance that then trickled down to the localities. But in my county, for sure, there definitely, we adopted it, well, in my city, probably in 2005. And I'm proud to say I was the first to benefit, to create the first secondary unit granny flat in my property. And it was challenging. It was a horrible experience. But yet, you know, we were the trailblazers, the first to it. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. One, I'm not sure what you're thinking of the income threshold, because to do these, I think the state square footage on these are 1,200 square feet. So that means you need at minimum a half an acre to do this. And at least in my county, most of the average homes out there end up being, you know, over $600,000. So I'm not thinking, you know, as far as a financing mechanism, if you're the primary owner trying to build that, you know, accessory unit on there, what's the income range you guys are thinking? Because these aren't, you know, homeowners that are on properties less than $500,000.
Can I respond to that? The reason why we were looking at partnerships with locals is so that the local would create the program. Because we think the local would be in the better position to create the program for the accessory dwelling units and the incentivizing it. The idea was to take the work that has already been done at HCD because of the streamlining legislation that went last year, and how do you promote locals who are now implementing these new legislations to incentivize borrowers to take advantage of it. And so instead of CalHFA going and creating a program, the idea was, let's make some resources available to local government who doesn't have resources, who then want to go do or incentivize these ADUs. And so that's one, that it took us 2 days of just talking about how to get at this issue. That would be a way that didn't take a lot of staff time or resources, or come up with 5 different types of different programs, or look at income restrictions, or look at Airbnb, but to say locals who want to do accessory dwelling units and who want to look at this, what's the best way that you can come up with a program locally that takes advantage of some of the new legislation?
But I guess that's what I'm saying, Tia, is that the localities have not been good at it. The state law's been out there, local ordinances have been passed. It's the financing mechanism that is needed, and I kind of see CalFHA can actually take a stronger role of helping facilitate that infusion locally, because the municipalities are not going to do it. They have not done it, especially if they're entities who don't have housing programs, which tends to be the majority in my county of the 19 cities, so I can't speak for the rest of the state, but I would assume they're in similar conditions. So I think there's an opportunity here, is what I'm saying.
Would they do it if they had money, do you think?
Would they do it if they had money? Yeah, but who's going to give them that?
Well, that's what I think this second piece here is talking about, is that, I mean, the way the HELP program, at least the way it used to work, is that CalHFA gave money to the locality, who then loaned it to the borrower, and then they
But
paid
that's
back the
assuming that
locality.
there's a
and paid
housing
back the bor-
program locally. But that's assuming that they have a housing program locally, and what I'm saying,
Yeah,
most of them don't
okay.
have a housing program locally.
I have kind of an,
It would be an RFP through the agency, and the agency would outline some of the, hopefully outline some of the fundamental criteria, and the localities would then respond to those criterias through the creation of a program that would be vetted through this RFP process. Is that kind of the idea?
I kind of have the opposite, I guess, an opposite viewpoint from you, Anna Maria, that, I mean, while they're nice to have these, and they, you know, from a state policy perspective, I don't think they produce a whole lot of units compared to what you can do if you're, you know, building or buying an apartment building. And especially with building new ADUs, I mean, every city has a completely different set of regulations about what they allow and what they don't allow, and I think we could end up spending huge amounts of staff time to not produce very much. I think it's great to help support other people doing it, and I really like the financing of the existing ones, because that just is a way to help more people into more homes, but creating new units can be a nightmare of what's allowed, and you know, can you use the basement, can you use the garage, you know, all those kinds of things. So anyway, I just want to call attention to the fact that it's getting kind of late. We said we were going to be done at 8, and it's now quite past that. So can we wrap this up?
Yes, I only have one more slide. So if you move on to the additional.
Madam Chair, I actually wanted to hear a response before, I know it's getting late, but I was kind of
Sure.
curious of the thought process on it.
So I think, from me, I take it. So I think that we noticed that there are certain programs locally that are very successful, like Santa Cruz. And my observation, I know there's not a lot of data points on this, is that this, in order to have a successful program, I think it needs to have, I hate to bring this up as an analogy, it needs to be like a turnkey solution, like a solar city, if you will. I know that we're not necessarily crazy about the financing terms of, you know, something like a solar city, but that there needs to be an alignment of local ordinances on this topic, along with approval process, along with a bank that's lined up to lend, along with monitoring of the construction of ADUs and sort of the completion of the project. So while we have certain networks in place, on the single family side, we are not a direct lender to the consumers, so we would have to have the local community banks sign on with us as a potential lender. And as I mentioned, that right now, our lending programs don't really allow ADUs or allow the construction of ADUs, because if there's a construction of ADUs, at the same time we're making a first lien loan, then it looks like it's a construction loan. It's a, you know, together it's one loan versus first lien loan and a subordinate loan. So I think there's still more to be said, I think, with the GSEs in terms of how to finance the construction of ADUs. But until then, we feel that we would like to encourage the local innovations to have these turnkey solutions, so that the lady who came to visit us from San Mateo, she's actually doing an ADU with manufactured housing. She's building an ADU in a factory, and it's going to be shipped on site. So she's dealing with these issues up the wazoo at the same time.
Okay.
So I feel that in the near term, to encourage the local innovations is I think what we can get our arms around. And over the longer term, we are talking to the GSEs about ADUs. I think we'll have a better shot with ADUs than with JADUs.
I think you're headed on the right path, and I personally think you should continue exploring how that market can be better leveraged to increase construction of those accessory units. So I think that's kudos to you guys for looking into that, because it's definitely an untapped market.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is, because I think I share your kind of concerns about how to finance, to bring it to scale, but if it's a demonstration project, that then we can help local jurisdictions think about how to implement it locally, then everyone starts winning, so, right? So it could be going into those places that know how to do it, help them, and then grow the program. I don't know. So I find it very interesting, but.
And
think there's-
include CDFIs and CDCs.
I don't know, I guess when you think about an arrow in the quiver, I see this as that. And so as we begin to look about who we are and what we do in the future, this is a perfectly reasonable arrow to have in our quiver, depending upon the location, the city, the accessibility of the city. So it's not going to do everything, but it is something that allows us to be nimble and bring financing solutions and housing solutions to those entities that want it.
As we go into the next topic, I have a question really on that next area. We're moving on, but I know, as we're moving to other ideas, one of the issues that I've heard percolate around, and I don't know if it's something that you guys have thought about, it's not directly on affordable housing, but the PACE loans, the loans that people make on like energy efficiency and things like that. Is that something you guys, is that an area that's, you know, I know there's an interest in securitizing some of those loans and, you know, making those local programs more efficient. I don't know if that's one of those can of worm kind of topics that may not be worth it. but Just throw it out there.
We do have some more leftover food next door. We can talk about that and have a midnight snack. Yeah, no, maybe tomorrow. Is that fair?
Very quickly, just on the ADU, I will say thank you for your effort on the ADUs. This has been something that the folks at HCD have also been engaging with and trying to think about how we can continue to provide assistance to local governments and help get the scale up coming out of the legislation. So, appreciate the effort and the work and want to continue to collaborate with you from the HCD perspective.
Okay, so last but not least, so we have other things that we are thinking about going into next year. And I think that in large part, these are complementing our existing programs. As I mentioned, we're not a direct lender to the consumers, so we are very much relying on the lenders out there who have been trained by us to use our programs. So a lot of times, the lenders that we have, they have a full menu of offerings that we are only getting to over time. So for example, right now we have an FHA product, we have a Fannie Mae product. We do run to folks sometimes who want to use a Freddie Mac product. We do run to folks sometimes who want to use VA insurance or USDA insurance. And we are trying to sort of match the full array of offerings from the lender network point of view. And this is something that we're thinking about. These both VA insurance and also USDA insurance, they both allow 100% 100% LTV financing already. So it's not clear to me if we would generate a lot of loans, but they could also become part of our offerings, which again sort of matches the lenders that we have offering. And the last piece that we're thinking about, which the lenders do not offer, because this is really an HFA preferred product through Fannie Mae, is that we could potentially have a conventionally insured loan or a conventional loan that actually does not have mortgage insurance on it. So this product, I think that is going to be extremely relevant in this affordability challenge environment. But as you can imagine, that for this product, Fannie Mae does require a higher guarantee fee and our master servicer is likely to put on additional overlays such as a higher FICO score or a lower DTI. So we haven't quite sort of gotten to that level of detail yet, but those are the kind of things that it would put in place if we were to have this program.
Any?
If I could, yes. The VA insured, we see this as complementing the CalVet program. And so we ran out of time, but this was one that I wanted to get some feedback from the board and specifically from Teresa as we were talking about. One of the things when we looked at VHHP and how could CalHFA complement VHHP, we went and we looked at some of our multifamily guidelines and how we can work in tandem with that. And so when we were looking at CalVet's single-family product, and we wanted to see how could we then help complement and work with you on some things that you guys weren't offering and that we could potentially come in. And this was a space that we thought we might be able to reach more veterans and expand veterans' home ownership opportunity by offering our single-family conventional loan with our down payment assistance with VA insurance so that we can supplement or complement some of the work that's going on over at CalVet.
Well, I really want to commend the staff for these very thorough presentations and for, as Tiana said earlier, for really trying to think outside the box and come up with some new ideas, because that's what we, as a board, I think, have been trying to encourage you to do. And I think you've got some great ideas here, and I think we all look forward to seeing them come back through us again and show up in next year's business plan. So
You really have to be here 12 hours from now?
Yes, we might as well just stay the whole night.
I know, let's just go, let's keep powering through.
This is
so
for
we'll see everybody back
Preston.
tomorrow in this room at 9 o'clock.